Yeah, it's a. Good morning, everyone. I am going to call the Board of Supervisors special meeting to order for April 23rd. And to start off, before we go to the Pledge of Allegiance, would like to have Ms. Jamar read what our public participation procedures are going to be, because they have evolved since Tuesday, and we really do want to hear from the public. And so please, she's going to advise us on how we can best do that. Ms. Jamar?
So in order to protect the public and public health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, the Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public, but the meeting will be available as follows. So public access video and audio live streaming is available on the Tuolumne County webpage at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov. And the public audio, we have an audio system set up. We started a Zoom meeting, and that call-in number is 1-669-900-9128, and the web ID number webinar ID number is 987-3738-5155, and that is strictly for audio, so you won't have an opportunity to chat or raise your hand or anything. It's just an audio so you can hear. And it says, and this meeting will be open to the public via remote call-in line. So during the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment publicly should be calling in on these two numbers. It's 209-533-6581 and 533-6582. And these calls will be taken in the order that they were received. So public comment will be open and closed individually for each individual item and on the agenda. And I just want to remind everyone there's a 30-second delay. So when I read the item, the best time to call in would be when I read the item, so you get in the queue. And then please call in when the board, when I read the item. And the chair at that time, when I read the item after the board's discussed, the chair will ask if there's any public comment, and at that time we'll be receiving your calls. Your microphone will be placed in front, or the phone will be placed in front of a microphone, so you'll be able to address the board publicly. That's it.
All right, thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One nation, under God,
All right, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Approving the minutes of meetings held on April 7th, April 9th, and April 14th. Finding that a summary of ordinance number 3374 was published. Approving a letter of support for the CI Triathlon host of the City of Angels. Awarding a contract with Mid-State Barrier, Inc. for the work as described in invitation for bids for the guardrail upgrade project. Approving a notice of completion for the Jacksonville Road Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project. Adopting a resolution authorizing the renewal of an investment authority to the treasurer, tax collector, and approving Tuolumne County's statement of investment policy. Adopting a resolution renewing a local state of emergency and imminent threat of disaster due to severe and persistent fire damage. And approving a retainer agreement with the law firm of Liebert, Cassidy, and Whitmore.
Would the board any member like to pull any items? All right, seeing none, I'll go to public comment. And this is where we have a slight time delay. Seeing nothing in the queue, I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Madam Chair, I'll move on the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. I do also want to announce to our public, while we want to hear from you, we do anticipate there will be a lot of public that will want to talk to us on these items. So please keep your comments to 3 minutes when you call in, and we'll look forward to hearing from you. So with that, will the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of adopting a resolution for the fiscal year 2020-2021 that includes the project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation account expenditures.
Welcome back, ladies.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tanya Sanguinetti, previously Alan, your engineering manager with your Public Works Department. Every year we come in front of your board as a requirement to adopt a resolution in order to submit projects to the CTC to receive RMRA funds. As that process is, your board adopts a resolution. We submit our projects into what they call this portal on CalSmart. The CTC reviews that and then gives their blessing to the State Controller's Office, and we release, or the State Controller's Office releases the funds to the county, just as they release the HUDA funds. So Department of Public Works looks at four major categories: people, equipment, projects, and facilities. Fiscal year 1920, we used $1.1 million to keep the level of services in the road fund. This includes road operations, maintenance, engineering and administration, and your fleet services. Just a quick update, what we did do in 1920 is we incorporated our spraying. We replaced, this is all done with your road crews. So we did our roadside spraying, our culvert on Lime Kiln. We upgraded all of our Cobra lights on our signal heads to have LEDs. Equipment that we purchased, which was small equipment, was a K-rail picker and additional K-rails. We bought a fuel tender in order that our Jamestown crew didn't have to run down the hill when they were snow plowing. They could just refuel with a fuel tender as they were doing snow plowing up the hill. And then for engineering, we bought a culvert camera and a flashlight that has about 250 luminaires. In our contract work, we did early design for Tuolumne Road North, Standard Road, and Kewen Mill Road, which was one of your projects last year. And then also we did the final closeout of the 9.28 miles on Jacksonville Road, which was our chip seal. So this year we are looking at focusing on people and projects. And as you recall, we finally were able, 2 decades ago, we started with 38 employees. A decade ago, we went down to 29. We went all the way down to 26 in our road operations. And just last year, we were able to bring our road crews up to a staff of 29. We'd like to keep this. We are pushing forward. We do a lot of maintenance projects such as snow plowing, filling potholes, dig outs, culvert cleaning, ditching, crack filling, placing shoulder backing, stripings and markings, repair guardrail, a lot more with roadway signs, and we still do the illegal dumping cleanup on our roadways. So keeping this streak, we want to keep the same amount of employees that we have as last year and going into the next year, utilizing those RMRA funds. In addition to the projects, we had 4 projects: Kewen Mill Road, Tuolumne Road North, Tuolumne Road, as well as Standard, that we want to continue those efforts, finish the engineering, and get them shelf-ready for construction. As of that, that's really all we have. I'm here to answer any questions regarding that, but it is recommended that you adopt this resolution in order to receive those funds of RMRA.
Madam Chair, question. Just for clarification, this money that we're talking about is outside of the general fund?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure everybody understands that.
They're all part of your gas taxes,
So road fund,
road fund.
Any other questions? This time I'd ask if there's any public comment. Seeing no public comment in the queue, I'm going to bring this back.
Move that we approve the resolution.
second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 10?
This is consideration of providing staff direction on the implementation of the multi-model implements into the standard road reconstruction project. And I also want to remind the public the call-in numbers are 533-6581 and 533-6582, and to give a call right now if you want to speak on this item.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Tanya Sanguinetti again with your Public Works Department, and I believe Denise is next to me. Denise Zitnick, she is one of our engineers working on this project. So as you recall, that Standard Road is one of your RMRA projects. This is road fund gas tax dollars, which we are looking at. Our consultants did some field evaluation using some detailed pavement visual assessments and non-destructive testing with coring and dynamic cone penetrometer testing. And they have recommended a full depth reclamation of 8 inches capped with 4.5 inches of hot mix asphalt. In accordance to your general plan and policy and implementation programs, the county shall expand and improve pedestrian sidewalks and facilities with a focus on safety, connectivity, and accessibility. There is some different discrepancies that we as our general plan have adopted, as well as FHWA, of looking at what is rural and what is urban. And so in the East Sonora plan boundary, a part of the general plan, it shows that as being all urban. However, FHWA only recognizes a portion of Standard Road, which is, sorry, I'm going blank for a minute. I just got to look. From Mono Way to kind of Standard Port, but then back at Kamaj to Tuolumne Road. So there is a segment in there that is not considered by FHWA as being urban, but if the Peaceful Oak tentative subdivision map were ever approved, most likely that segment would then become all urban, according to FHWA. So there was also a policy directive issued by Caltrans incorporating those complete streets. I know our regional agency is looking at complete streets as well as the multimodal corridor plans. This is kind of on that same effort. One thing Caltrans identified in that directive is just to be aware now, all of a sudden, as you are incorporating these additional infrastructures, there is a maintenance and making sure you have maintenance for that additional infrastructure. The Department of Justice requires, because we are going forward with a reconstruction of the roadway, there's an alteration to the actual grades of the roadway, so we have to improve any existing ADA facilities. There are some sidewalks through Standard, or the town site of Standard, which we are incorporating into this project, in addition to the road reconstruction. So moving forward, we looked with our consultant and seeing the different options that we could do that we wanted to present to your board to see and give staff direction before we got too far into our engineering. And I'm going to turn it over to Denise to kind of describe those options for you.
Yeah, so as Tanya mentioned, in order to act as our general plan recommends, and also these directives for complete streets, we worked with our consultant to give a couple of options of what this might look like for complete streets. Option B here is a roadway widening. This is a widening that would allow the street to comply with the ordinance code for a major collector. Right now, Standard Road has minimal shoulders, so the shoulders would be widened to 8 feet wide. 6 feet of that would be paved. It would be normal striping for traffic. There wouldn't be additional striping. So pedestrians could walk on it, bicycles could bike on it, but it wouldn't be any different than our normal roadways for those major collectors. These roadway improvements are estimated at $6,380,000. So that also includes those normal ADA improvements that we have already incorporated into the construction. And so the total cost would be $7,880,000. So the next option would be a bike lane improvement, and this is a Class 2 bike lane. It would widen the road on both sides by 6 feet, paved with the striping and signage so that the bikers could have more guidance out on the streets there. It includes that ADA improvement, and that is estimated at $5,160,000 for a total cost of $6,650,000.
So if you look at the financial impact, it kind of summarizes the different options. We also provided exhibits for you so you could kind of see where on Standard Road these occur. But based on the different fiscal costs would be based on how we could deliver these projects as well. There are not enough RMRA funds to be able to contribute to do this project in a one-season job, so we would look at doing it more later in the years to be able to deliver the projects. There's also options with this project on Standard Road. Your board had adopted a resolution identifying the priorities for the traffic mitigation program. As we know, back in 2009, the board had identified different categories of delivery. And in that listing that the board's priority was the widening of Mona Way from Greenlee to Fur and Sanguinetti, which we have done via assisting with the city of Sonora. There was also the final improvements to Greenlee Road Mona Way intersection, which has now been completed. We're still in question with the Greenlee Road extension. I know Darren and his group are working on that, looking at that north-south connector that the county had done previous study. And then the really one that has risen to the top as part of our regional plan is the widening in Jamestown, going to 5 lanes from the south entrance of Main Street all the way to Fifth Avenue. So as you recall, if anybody was following with the TCTC's board, that they are moving forward with Caltrans doing a preliminary initiation document, also known as a PID, and looking at using those traffic impact mitigation funds to be able to fund the environmental documents for that 5-lane widening. If your board chooses, you could allocate some of these traffic impact mitigation funds to help contribute to Standard Road, or we continue down the path of just delivering the projects in later years in order to monetarily fund those projects. So it is recommended that your board give staff direction on how you want to proceed for this project, so then we can complete the preliminary engineering for the project.
Question?
Yes.
Would you explain the RMA funding?
Yes. In full detail, I don't remember the exact cents. I have that written down in a binder. But basically, it's another portion based on the allocations, just as our gas tax dollars. Some of it goes into a highway user tax fund. It has specific rules set to it that you can only be expending on that roadway itself. It can't go to other infrastructure. For instance, cattle guards can't be spent with those gas tax dollars. The RMRA is an additional tax increase that occurred through the SB1 bill that's set aside into a different account, basically with the same ratios that we do with our HUDA, referencing your DMV users and how many lane miles or centerline miles that you maintain. And then there is a formula that is distributed down to the state and then the local agencies to get their fair share of those gas tax dollars.
Good job not having your binder in front of you. The other question I have is, because we do have Curtis Creek School along that road, would it qualify for Safe Route to School funding possibly?
Yes. Actually, I would probably defer to Blossom if she's still in here because she has a lot more information. But yeah, so the state still continued with their Safe Route to Schools. I believe the federal program has kind of washed out, but the state does in itself have a little set aside for that. That's part of the active transportation program now, which we could apply for as well.
Would it be prudent to start applying for those funds as soon as possible?
There is a current call for projects, which we are working with the regional agency TCTC to do as well in Jamestown. We could look at possibly seeing if we could pull in a quick application. The call for projects, I believe, is June. And if we were to deliver this project in a couple of years, we would probably be able to do that. We would have to go through that federal process, though, through the environmental document, whereas this project as it stands now is only a locally funded project that only has to go through CEQA. It would not have to go through NEPA.
But having the additional funds, we may be able to get the project done quicker?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Just because you have to go through the NEPA process,
Okay.
which is additional reports. You're doing a lot more extensive reports to say what you're not going to do.
Okay.
And knowing that standard is in itself historic in that area, you might have some other things that will open that envelope up.
Just my personal opinion, I think it's something we should apply for in the beginning. I mean, it's up to the rest of the board also, but
Yeah.
but to go after as much as we can would be, I think, beneficial. That's all.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Gray, because that's what I had in my notes also. And in anticipation of this NEPA CEQA conversation, we have a lot of examples now where we have seen the ability to overlay NEPA and CEQA together and as a result of rimfire projects. And I would suggest that if we're going to do this, that this board immediately start advocating, because I know that at the federal level, they are looking for those opportunities where NEPA and CEQA can virtually be laid over each other, and you just have to go after those pieces that are not addressed in either one of the two documents. So if we go down this route, again, I would encourage us to be looking at how we advocate through a different agency, I understand that, different department, but we have had a lot of success in the last 4 years in being able to do that.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead, Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I agree with those comments. Staff included a resolution from 1998 which called for improvements to Standard Road, and so we don't want to be here in 22 more years, talking about this. And there are opportunities now with the active transportation funding to kind of go after these types of projects. So, and I think Standard Road is a great candidate for this. It's connected to the highway. It's got a school. There are some major businesses, restaurants. off of that road, and it connects up with Tuolumne Road, which is one of our more heavily trafficked roads. I often complain about the fact, or I hear complaints, and I complain myself about the fact that we have a lot of roads that go east-west, but not a lot of connecting roads that go north and south. And this is one of those few roads, so it's a good place to start investing in the future.
All right, so I'm going to go back a little bit. I agree with what Supervisor Campbell said. So highly, you know what, just in case I'm muffled just for a minute. It's a highly used road. There are some businesses, but when I look at the numbers, and again, yes, we've been dealing with this since 1998. And we're going to address the road. It's going to get an overlay. It's going to be fixed. But my question is the $5 to $6 million that we're going to spend for options B or C potentially, is it best suited for that area? Meaning, are there other projects that we've looked at for using that money in the future? I'm thinking like downtown Tweenhart, Groveland area, closer to Sonora, where we're actually connecting communities instead of just widening a road for better travel purposes. I get there's a few businesses and there's a school, but there's really no community in that area that would utilize the bike lanes or utilize the walking space. So is there other projects that we could possibly look at spending that extra money for better connectivity?
To answer, yes, but I want to hand it over to Denise. She's been working on our LRSP, Local Roadside Safety Program, talking a little bit more. I'm understanding more of pedestrian mobility as well as bicycle mobility in other regions besides Standard.
And could I
So-
just add something there? We do have a major subdivision project that is approved for that Standard area. And with the on and off ramps being built, hopefully starting this spring, I would see that road being probably more used and more traveled.
Are you talking about
The SBI project,
behind the SB? Okay. How many units is that? Do we know?
330.
And that would be directly connected to Standard Road?
I think it's, somebody help me.
It is. So they actually had, I believe, a realignment in that subdivision. There was also development for pedestrian passage, especially from the school coming back down to the Standard Park area. There was a lot of forethought and planning involved in that. And SBI has reached out to the county of still keeping that in mind. I think they shifted the order of which they were coming in, but nothing has been sound yet. I'd have to ask Quincy more of what has come in. But yes, it did address
we'd have
all
to look at
of
it.
the multimodal connectivity through the whole corridor.
And I'm all for that. And that's my point, is if there was a development, it would make complete sense. But when we have communities that could possibly use more connectivity, that's why I'm bringing this up. Is there a possibility that there's places right now that we could use it that would bring more connectivity?
So I have a question.
Sure.
Hang on.
Sure.
So let's answer Supervisor Kirk's first, and then I think
Oh,
that.
was there a question in that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, just if there's, just what comes to mind is areas like downtown Tweenhart or areas in Groveland or closer to the city of Sonora where you have communities where if you spent this $5 or $6 million to extend other roads or put in, make them wider for better walk, pedestrian or biking, I think that would just make more sense instead of basically spending that extra $5 or $6 million on this road, which is it really going to be used to its full capacity? If there's a subdivision coming in, absolutely, but who knows?
So I think I heard your answer. Will you repeat it?
Yes. So, yes, there's money that could be spent in other areas. That is the discretion of this board to make that decision and give staff guidance of where they want to implement it. Right now, you have Standard Road as part of already going through the engineering. We would be initiating other projects and moving forward. Right now, staff is working closely on a federal grant addressing safety issues all around the county to help give us the step up for future safety funds through Federal Highways Administration. That's the LRSP. And so that we have, I guess, a plan of action to be able to go aggressively more to address those other areas of multimodal.
Supervisor Rutherford.
So I'm really happy to see this presentation, and I'll tell you why. For 7 years, I've been advocating that as we do street projects, let's look for opportunities to improve those streets in ways that enhance our public safety, bike lanes, pedestrian ways and stuff like that. I think it's really, really important, and I've always maintained that I think the wisest way to do that is as we're doing projects, okay? So I'm really happy to see this. I don't have a strong opinion whether option B is worth the extra $1.15 million or 2.3 or whatever it is over option C. But I really like the fact that the staff is bringing forward, I think for the first time since I've been advocating for it, a project where we're actually giving the board an option to really improve the public safety on the street as we're doing a normal, well, not normal, but a necessary road upgrade project. So I really appreciate it. I think this is really important to start doing. If we can find ways like Supervisor Gray brought up with the school funding and stuff to accelerate that and maybe do it sooner, I'm all for that as well. And I think, you know, if we do it this way, eventually we'll get to all those neighborhoods and everything where we really want to do it, get it all done, rather than, well, let's just not do something this time, do this road and repave it, and we'll have the same road we had before, and then we never get around to doing anything. So I really like that you brought it forward like this. So I'm in favor of either B or C, and I'll leave it to the, I think I'm the only supervisor that doesn't touch standard road somewhere. Maybe Supervisor
I
Brennan doesn't either.
No, I don't either.
But I think everybody else does. So I'll leave them up to them whether they want B or C. But I think we need to do something to start improving our highways and byways in this county.
I have just one additional note to add to that piece, and this board prioritized fire and our capacity for response to emergencies over a year ago, and I chair our Fire Resiliency Committee, and in that, ingress and egress is one of the major problems that this county has, and we've talked repeatedly about how we can build in some capacity. And so, Ms. Allen, again, I know we've had this conversation, but some of that capacity, we have to be creative. And I think, again, option B and C will lend it to this, and how we convert a 2-lane road with no shoulders into a 3-lane road with the help and direction of, you know, some of our emergency responders. And that is utilizing shoulders. Yep. And shoulders that are improved enough to be able to do that, so that you have, whatever the situation is, 2 lanes leaving, 1 lane entering. Because when we look back at lessons learned from some of the most devastating fires, ingress and egress were listed as some of the top problems that led to the devastation. So again, for that purpose, and we have to start somewhere. I look at Standard Road and look at ingress and egress. If we're plugging up Tuolumne Road, how do we get additional capacity? And has been pointed out, I think by Supervisor Gray, actually be able to immediately put it onto a larger system, which is 108. And so for that reason, and this board's priorities in building in that capacity, I too would be really, at this point in time, supporting
The-
My question in all of that is looking at option C, would we be building in that capacity? And when I was looking at the maps, I was thinking that we were, in an emergency situation, building in, being able to have enough distance to incorporate, in an emergency situation, a potential 3-lane scenario.
Do you want to answer that, Denise? 'Cause I know I can, but I won't.
Yeah, so with option C, the bike lane would require at minimum 4 to 6 feet additional lane width, that's per lane, for standard road. So 4 to 6 feet on each side.
Okay, so if we were, that may help us decide
Yeah, and I
if
think,
it's 4 feet or 6 feet?
I think option B gives you a little bit more, right? Because you're going to 8 feet, so you're going to get an additional 2 feet or 4 feet in total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
We'd want to have enough where we can turn 2 lanes into 3 with some road cones for evacuations. I think that, for me, that would be a tipping point between B and C, is if one will give us that capacity and the other one won't, then I would go for the one. Because we're principally talking about OPM, right? Other people's money, our road fund, but it comes from the tax dollars from the state. It's not our general fund money, right?
correct.
Okay, not that I want to waste other people's money. That's not the point. But if we can get an additional capacity on there to give us 3 lanes instead of 2 or 4 lanes instead of 3 in emergencies, that's a real another enhancement for public safety. So.
Looking, at the drawings that you did provide, not scaling it, but it seems like the idea of having the bike lane makes the road wider. And what am I missing? We have 2 lanes of road that's going to be widening, then we're going to add bike lane to it. Wouldn't that make that road wider?
Right now, it's just being reconstructed at the current width. It doesn't really have much shoulders. So with the bike lane, it does widen the road and leaves it with minimal gravel shoulders. With the other option B, with just the road widening, it is widening the road, adding a paved shoulder, and then an additional gravel shoulder. That's per our ordinance.
People could drive on the gravel part of it,
Could I
because there's a bench.
I have a couple of, I'm going to ask some question, or I'm going to describe this how I understand it, and you tell me where I'm wrong, okay? So both options B and C both include the ADA improvements, and then the improvements to the sidewalks are standard, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then so option B is the 8-foot widened paved shoulders. So you have the road surface, which is, what is that, 24 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you have the additional 8 feet on both sides or one side?
Both sides.
Okay.
8
So you
feet of
have-
shoulder, 6 feet of that are paved.
Okay, gotcha. And then with the bike lane, you have the 24-foot lane, and then you have the 6-foot shoulders and then a bike lane? And then would the bike lane be also paved, is that correct?
So the Class 2 bike lane is directly adjacent to the road. So it's basically you have the 24, 2 lanes, traffic, road width. Then on each side, you have 6 feet paved bike lane, and that's it.
Oh, okay, so there's no shoulder,
Yes,
no paved shoulder except for the gravel shoulder beyond the bike lane?
So the way I look at it is option B gives you a 40-foot width.
Okay.
And then option
paved
C
width.
would be 36.
Okay.
Not paved, not totally paved. 40
Correct.
feet totally paved, but
No, not totally
That's
paved.
right.
But just width,
Okay.
still
Is-
drivable surface.
Is
without-
there any reason on option B that we couldn't paint a bike lane, though?
I think that would have to be striped in essence to be a shared shoulder. I'm going to defer to Denise if you know the striping. I know Dave knows this really well in our office of having that certain buffer zone. But you could, I think we did it on Mono Way, very similar of having the bike lane where we just put the markings in with a fog line.
Okay, so how much width in B and C is paved? And how much is unpaved but still a roadway?
So what I understand, and Denise can correct me if I'm wrong, you have 6 feet paved in both options. However, option B, you have additional bench of 2 feet for the gravel shoulder.
Okay, got it. Now I get it.
Okay. This time, is there any public comment?
Okay, they can hear you. Go ahead and speak for the board.
Hi, this is Lori Lehman calling. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak. I would just like to say that if you are at this time making a change like this, that a bike lane would be the responsible thing to do. Anytime we do new road widening, we should be including bike lanes. There's no safe place in this county hardly. And I'd also like to say that it sounds like if SBI is going to be making a subdivision, that it would be great if they were pitching in to pay for some of this road improvement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So for clarification, I believe when that subdivision was approved, there were numerous mitigation pieces to walkways and some of the improvements associated in that area.
Correct. That's what I understand. Your traffic impact mitigation fees is collected for that cumulative effect that would then pay, if you chose to use some of those funds, pay
Thank you
for that.
Okay.
And then I just had, oh, sorry.
Okay. Is there any other public comment?
God dang it.
Sorry, bear with me.
Hi, this is Stacy Dodge, and I just want to make sure that maybe the adjacent property owners on Standard Road can be kept in the loop of the progress going on.
All right. Thank you. Staff, how do you address that?
That is through your CEQA process. We do identify whatever level CEQA document the property owners are notified. We work with Quincy's shop with that, and then they adopt, whether it's in your board, depending on the mitigation measures that are required, whether it goes through a full negative declaration that your board would adopt mitigation measures, or if it's a notice of exemption that is posted on the state clearinghouse for comment for 35 days.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment? Okay.
I have another question. We've already spent approximately how much on engineering on this project through those funds?
Where are we at?
110,000?
I might actually have
Is that
it right
close?
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
that's how much our current contract is.
Okay,
for on.
so if we decided to look at another road, we would be setting on that, our money that we had already had spent that money, we'd have to spend other monies to look at another road at this point, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't start looking at other roads and other areas. But I think because we've gone this far and we do have a good project here, I'd be happy to make a motion to do option C. And the reason is, I believe there's enough room to put 3 vehicles through there when you add it all up, slow and carefully, but you can do it. And I have to agree with the public comment that anytime we do these and we have an opportunity to put a bike lane in, and we should do it. And important there is a school. It would give kids an opportunity to ride their bike to school should that subdivision get in there, and I think that's an important aspect.
Yeah,
Chairman,
Just a second. I had Supervisor Campbell waiting.
And I just, to kind of conceptualize a little bit about what we're talking about here, is that option B, you have more total roadway and a gravel shoulder. Could that gravel shoulder be utilized by pedestrians and biking traffic? Or is the grade too steep? Would it be more for drainage purposes? Could that be utilized as a biking path? Because I'm just thinking, if you have an 8-foot buffer that's larger than a 6-foot buffer between traffic and the biking path, could we have, I'm asking, can we get 2 birds with 1 stone with option B, having a gravel bike path along the shoulder with the 8-foot paved shoulders?
So with that,
Or was that adding too much?
yeah, it is, with that shoulder, it is mostly for drainage at
Okay.
that point. I'm sure pedestrians could walk on it, but it depends on basically how the roadway needs to drain. That is how that shoulder will be graded at that point. So not so much for bikers. They would prefer probably to stay in that shoulder width anyways, that paved one.
Can I just share just a few things? Typically, your shoulder for drainage is a 5% cross slope. ADA requirements are 2%, so that's the difference there.
Okay, so they're sloped at 5%.
Yes, for drainage to go off the road.
Supervisor Rutherford and then Supervisor Cook.
okay. I just want to clarify. Both of them are the same width of pavement. The only difference between B and C is that B, you have 2 feet on both sides of the road that are a gravel shoulder. So, but both of them have the same amount, the same width of pavement on there, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify something I stated earlier. And you guys have done great work. Don't think I'm underestimating what you guys have brought forward. My statement was the 5 or 6 million. We're going to redo the road. It was if we wanted to spend the extra 5 or 6 million to do those total improvements. After hearing and being reminded about the subdivision, I also realized there's a subdivision going in behind the paramedic station down there, and perhaps that will somehow be utilized to connect Standard Park and also some of the businesses. So I am definitely seeing that picture, but I just want to clarify that was my only concern, since part of the memo was about connectivity. So with that being said, I am also leaning towards option C. I think we're dealing with the same amount of road, or basically the same amount of distance. So if it had to be turned into some sort of evac route, I think we'd be fine. And so that's.
I believe there's a motion on the floor for option C.
Supervisor Gray was prepared to make a motion.
I did make a
He made
motion
it.
to approve
Can-
option C.
In the interest of getting to a decision, I'll second the motion and we'll go from there.
Can I just add, if you want us to aggressively go after the ATP funding, that you add in your motion, that you approve staff to
apply for those applications,
Yes,
because that is required by us before we can approach FHWA.
yes.
Okay, then I will agree with my second to add that as well.
So I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. Everyone understands the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, staff, and thank you for all of the good conversation, clarification. Will the clerk please read item 11?
This is consideration of approving amendments to the following memorandums of understanding: Tuolumne County Employees OE3, Deputy Sheriff's Association, Management Association, Health and Healthcare Unit, and the Executive Confidential Compensation Plan. And if the public would like to comment on any of these items, the phone number is 533-6581 and 533-6582, and I request that you call in now. Thanks.
Ms. Frem.
Good morning, Ann from Human Resources Office. Before you today is green light. Good morning, Ann from Human Resources Office. Before you today are amendments to multiple MLUs. Governor Newsom issued a shelter-in-place order on March 19th, and part of his order was what services were essential that needed to be continued throughout the state. The county health officer declared a public health emergency to comply with this order, and the county made the decision based upon the governor's orders that the library, recreation, standard park, and youth centers should be closed because these were deemed non-essential services per the governor's order. In addition to all of that, the federal government then responded by offering a Family First Coronavirus Response Act, which gave multiple types of pay to help people deal with COVID-19 related issues such as their own sickness, family sickness, or child care school closure issues. We met with your board to discuss these issues, and your board gave direction to staff to go out and meet with the bargaining units to discuss furloughing the persons that are in the library, recreation, standard park, and youth centers, as well as offering an additional leave bank of 80 hours to be used during the COVID emergency for COVID issues, and at the end of the declared emergency, if they have any hours left, they have once the health emergency is lifted, there's a 6-month period in which all employees can use whatever hours are left up to the full 80 hours. So the furlough applies only to the management and Tuolumne County Employees OE3 bargaining units. We have met with these bargaining units virtually, of course, and we have come to the following agreement for placing the 14 affected employees into a non-paid furlough status effective April 26th through June 30th. Those details include all seniority continues to accrue during this time period. The county will pay the dental and vision premiums based upon what their enrollment level is on April 26th. Employees enrolled in medical insurance will have insurance through the end of May. However, if they want to have insurance in June, they will be required to enroll in COBRA. And if they do enroll in COBRA, the county will give them a $500 payment to help offset some of the costs because COBRA is quite expensive. There will be no waived or cash in lieu payments on the cafeteria amounts while people are on COBRA or in a non-paid status. And if they need to cash out any of their leave accruals during the furlough period, they can contact the county and we will approve a cash out of that, of their leave accruals. In addition, I believe employees are already starting to apply for the unemployment claims, which the county will answer truthfully that they've been paid and put in a non-paid status. So therefore, hopefully they will be allowed to collect unemployment during this time. The COVID-19 leave bank, this affects all bargaining units. As stated earlier, we will deal with the attorney unit separately, but the Family First Coronavirus offers different leave payments, and it's really quite complicated, so I won't go into the whole description. But some of the pays are entitled only employees to receive 2/3 of their pay, so they can use this COVID leave to help coordinate to get a full 100% paycheck during this time. And if they're still off after they've used the 80 hours, then we would start using the employee's own accruals. And as I stated earlier, if they don't use any of these hours for COVID-related issues, then they have 80 hours of additional leave to use within 6 months of the lifting of the declared health emergency. So it's recommended that your board approve the attached amendments for the Tuolumne County Management Association, which has furlough as well as the COVID leave balance. The Tuolumne County Employees Operating Engineers Memorandum of Understanding, which has furlough and COVID leave balance. The Deputy Sheriff's Association, Executive Confidential Compensation Plan, and the Healthcare Unit, which only have the COVID leave balances.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? All right, no public comment in the queue. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
I just wanted to make a comment about just thanking these bargaining units for working with us and just acknowledging the fact that this is creating a hardship for some of our employees, for members of the community that use library and park services. It's intended to be a temporary measure to get us through to June 30th. It doesn't make anybody happy, and lost a lot of sleep over it, but it's something that it's a difficult decision in the best interest of the whole organization and not just some groups. With that, just thanking those employees for working with us.
Any other board comments? I would just echo Supervisor Campbell's comments. I'm going to ask for an action.
We did do public comment, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Then I'll move on the staff's recommendation.
Second.
A motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Sad time.
Very sad times. Okay. Will the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of approving an amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding for the Tuolumne County Attorney Association.
Madam Chairwoman, because my wife is employed in the Public Defender's Office and is a member of the Attorney Unit, I'm recusing myself from the board's discussion here.
Good morning, Ann from Human Resources. Before you today is amendment to modify the 2017 to 2020 Attorney Association Memorandum of Understanding, which gives the members of this unit 80 hours of additional time to help cover for COVID-related issues that are not funded by the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. Gosh, I have a hard time with that. Sorry. And if for some reason they do not need to use the leave to cover COVID-related issues, then they would have 80 hours of additional leave to take before, within 6 months of the declared health emergency being lifted. We have met and conferred and have come to an agreement on this, and it is recommended that your board approve the amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding for the Attorney Association Unit, adding this COVID leave bank of 80 hours.
Thank you. Are there any board questions? Excuse me, seeing none, is there any public comment in the queue? Seeing no public comment,
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries
4-0.
4-0 with one recusal. Will someone please tell Supervisor Campbell he can come back? Will the clerk please read item 13?
This is consideration of approving an employment agreement with Daniel Hawks, appointing him as the Ptolemy County Chief Probation Officer.
Ms. Riggs?
All right, good morning. This is an exciting time here, exciting and bittersweet. Earlier this year, Linda Downey, our current Chief Probation Officer, gave notice of her intention to retire after 25 years of county employment. At that time, staff was directed to begin the recruiting process, and we did that. Candidates met with both the county, myself, and with Judge Segerstrom, and then your board held interviews on March 17th. At the end of those interviews, your board came out with a unanimous selection of Dan Hawks as the next Chief Probation Officer. Mr. Hawks first came to the county as a Deputy Probation Officer 1 in September of 2000 and has worked his way all the way up to his current position as an Assistant Chief Probation Officer. In January 2017 is when he took that role, and he has, as he told you and he has said to me, he's very excited and honored for this opportunity, yet he has said that he has had a great working experience with Chief Downey, and he will miss her incredibly. It is with great pleasure that I recommend the approval of the employment agreement with Dan Hawks as the next Chief Probation Officer with a 5-year term to begin on May 1st of this year. He, just so for you and for anyone who's listening, Mr. Hawks has a double bachelor's degree in history and social sciences and religious studies. His starting salary will be range 557, step C. It's approximately $123,000 a year, and all other benefits as contained in the executive confidential compensation plan. Mr. Hawks will begin on May 1st, 2020 for a 5-year term that would expire in May 1st, 2025. The Chief Probation Officer is an at-will position and serves at the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors and is under administrative direction of the County Administrative Officer, and also works very closely in coordination with our presiding judge of the Superior Court. Is with this in mind, and like I said, I'm really excited for this opportunity for Dan and for our organization. And Dan would have been here, however, he is also trying to honor the fact of keeping minimal people within the board chambers. However, like I said, he does want me to pass along to your board how honored he is and how excited he is to be stepping into that role. And with that, I would make the recommendation that your board would approve the employment contract with Dan Hawks.
All right, thank you. At this time, while we have board comments on this item, I'd remind the public that if they have public comment, to please call the line, those 2 phone numbers. I'm going to bring this to the board. Looking across the dais. The only comment that I would make, since the opening of this item talks about Ms. Downey and her giving notice, I know that there are a number of individuals, and just this is for public information also, that have said they want to have the appropriate opportunity to relay any of their experiences with Ms. Downey over the years. And I want to let everyone know that we will be having a public recognition of Ms. Downey's retirement as soon as we can appropriately do that and accommodate the number of individuals that I think will want to attend that event. Sure. So I'm looking across the dais. Actually, first I'll go to public comment. There is no public comment. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I'll just say, obviously Dan has really big shoes to fill, but I've seen his work ethic and his dedication, and I think he is really well suited for the job. And just looking at the profession in general, I mean, you have to be part law enforcement, part social worker, part counselor and life coach, and just general cheerleader, and Dan embodies all those qualities, and I think he's going to do a great job.
Supervisor Rutherford, did you have a comment?
I believe it was. We did compete that externally, yeah. And I just wanted to make the comment because it's been the practice of this board to do external competitions, even when we've got a really good candidate internal. I think we owe it to our public to do that, and so that we get the very best person. And Dan went through that, and he was the very best person that we had compete for that position. And I think the public can be very, very confident that not only has he proven himself here, but he also did go through a fairly rigorous competition and emerged out as the best candidate. So, Dan, I will tell you, because you're probably listening, and if you're not, you will be at some point, I know. I want to tell you, you do have big shoes to fill. We are going to miss Linda, and I know you will too, because I know you both had a great working relationship. But this board has all the confidence in the world in you, and good luck to you going forward.
Yeah, just to echo Supervisor Rutherford's comments, I think we made a real good choice. Going to miss Linda, but I think Dan will be able to step up and do the job. So I want to thank him for applying and move onward.
Have we
Supervisor Kirk?
I was just going to say, yeah, Dan, if you're listening, very sharp. You've been part of that organization for many years, so well-deserved. And Linda, I'm going to miss you. I know maybe we butted heads on some ideas and thoughts, but you have your organization and those kids at your heart. And so I commend you on that. And I think we'll be in good hands with Daniel coming in behind you. So thank you, guys.
And the only piece I would add is that I've had numerous members of the public reach out and tell me that our board is making a good choice. With that, I'm looking for some.
So, Madam Chair, I move on the CAO's recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rutherford, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Dan, we'll look forward to working with you in your new capacity. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of approving correspondence in support of H.R. 6467, Coronavirus Community Relief Act.
Mr. Terry.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Jason Terry with your County Administrator's Office. H.R. 6467 was proposed in the House of Representatives to fill some of the shortfalls that were noticed in the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Stability Act. Specifically, as written, it would have provided $250 billion for local governments with a population like ours, less than 500,000 individuals within the jurisdiction. It would reimburse for costs directly and indirectly related to COVID health, and as written, would have included lost revenue as part of that reimbursement. We're bringing this to you today to also note that through our different associations, NACO, CSAC, RCRC, it has been noted that this bill is up in the air and in question. There has been talk that this type of support could be shown in another economic relief bill, a fourth of its kind, although 3.5 was 4. So we bring this to you today. As we had written this agenda item, 6467 wasn't in the question that it is today. So we do want to open up to your board's direction on any additional language we may add into this letter, And then also staff recommendation would be that the board would direct staff to work with the board chair to present any letters and any future funding opportunities that would backfill some of these revenues that are proposed within this letter.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, the one thing that we want to always emphasize in this is that we do want to be able to apply this to lost revenues as a cost of the COVID crisis. That's really, really important because especially for this county, and I think it's true of many other counties, we're really taking the cost of dealing with the emergency out of Hyde. We've activated our EOC, and it is not staffed with additional members. It's our staff working their normal work hours plus in most cases. So it's hard for us to show a direct cost of county government increasing associated with it, and our biggest impact is the loss of revenue. And that is a cost of the crisis because if we can't recoup that, we would not be able to pay the salaries of the people that are in our EOC and everything. So we really need to keep that language as strong as we possibly can going forward. And of course, all of us who are communicating fairly regularly with our congressional and legislative members, elected representatives, and the White House need to also be carrying that message, and we are. I just want the public to know that.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. I think we need to reiterate the fact that while Tuolumne County has been fortunate that we haven't seen the kind of significant public health impacts that other larger areas have, we've seen significant economic impacts directly related to the COVID-19 outbreak, and that can't be just brushed aside. To me, that's, we are a working class county, and we've seen significant economic impacts directly related to this outbreak that would not have otherwise occurred. And so I vehemently disagree with some of the language that's going on in Washington that is arguing for only passing benefits down to counties with direct medical impacts. And I would be in favor of making that language as strong as we can without, using cuss words and things like that.
Any other board comments? Is there any public comment on this item? Right, I'm going to bring this back to the board.
I do want to, because you said it as an aside, I am going to move on staff recommendation, but I also want to caveat that motion that because of the rapidly evolving nature of the crisis and because of our limited capability to hold regular board meetings beyond, or special board meetings beyond our regular board meetings because of all of the other teleconferences and everything that we're on, I do want to, as part of my motion, authorize staff to work with the Chairwoman Brennan if we need a short-term letter fired up and sent off. I would like the board to give that authorization to the chair and the staff working together. That's my motion.
Second.
I have a motion, a motion from Supervisor Rutherford, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 15?
Madam Chair, I'll have to recuse myself from this item. I own property close by.
Okay, it's consideration of adopting a resolution declaring a portion of county property located at 11850 Powder House Road Street in Groveland as surplus and not required for public use, authorizing the county staff to dispose of the property.
Mr. Earhart.
Yes, good morning. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. Tuolumne County is the owner of the property located at 11850 Powder House Road in Groveland. That is the home of one of our ambulance quarters. For all intents and purposes, it's a rectangle piece of property, about 1.2 acres. However, there is a small triangular portion on the north, I believe it's the northwest corner of the property, that blocks access to the Hirsch property. We were approached by that family sometime last year, and they wish to acquire it. It's about 500 square feet of property that limits their access to the top side of their property there. I was brought before your board, and you directed staff to proceed with the process of disposing of the property. One correction in the memo is the memo states that Warren Smith, our county surveyor, prepared the map. Actually, Dave Ragland was the one who prepared the map, but it was validated by Warren Smith, our county surveyor, as well. So I just want to make sure that that was clear. Also, the community development director reviewed the proposal of the proposed property sale and found it consistent with the general plan and statutory exemption for CEQA. Furthermore, I talked with Kenyon Whitman, Tuolumne County Assessor, and he valued this small piece of land about $500. So if your board deems this property surplus, county staff will work to dispose of the property. So staff respectfully recommends that your board approve the accompanying resolution that declares the portion of the property at APN 007-170-014 as surplus and not required for public purpose, and authorize county staff to dispose of the property.
And I would just remind the public, if they want to comment on this item, they need to be calling in on the phone numbers at this time. I'm going to look across the dais and see if there are any comments, questions.
Madam Chair, I would just make a change on the recommendation. The APN is actually 007-070-003.
So noted. Is there any public comment? All right, I'm going to bring this back.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Second.
A motion. Did I have a second down here first? I didn't hear it. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. Give it to me.
A motion from Supervisor Campbell, a second from Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Gray abstaining.
He's coming.
At this time, because I am told there could be some important information for the board to have, we are going to do our closed session item, which is item 18. Would the clerk please read item 18?
This is a closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, Eric Earhart, Deborah Batista, Ann Fremd, Kim Phipps, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6. It's all bargaining units.
Is there any public comment on this item? And we'll give a little time here. No public comment in the queue. At this time, we're going to recess to close session. Do we anticipate a report out? No. All right, thank you.
Can we take 5 minutes while the room is clearing?
Yes. All right, we are back from closed session and we have nothing to report out. Will the clerk please read item 16?
This is consideration of approving the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget adjustments, the revised Assistant Health and Human Services Agency Director class specifications, and the requested personnel changes. And I also want to remind the public to, if they want to call in for public comment, the number's 533-6581 or 533-6582.
Mr. Earhart.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. I will be joined throughout the presentation with some of our other department heads, but we'll go ahead and get started here. This is coming on. I'd like to start with our mission statement, just to remind all of us what our mission is, and that is to create a healthy and safe community, exercise natural, cultural, and financial resources stewardship, promote economic prosperity, and enhance quality of life. With that, California Constitution reminds us that public safety is the first responsibility of local government, and local officials have an obligation to give priority to the provisions of adequate public safety services. If you'll remember, when we adopted the 2019-2020 budget, we set aside just over $1 million for general fund contingencies. Typically, our general fund is, the contingency is set at 1% of the general fund, which would normally have been right around $800,000. This year, we did add in another $242,000 to offset any recreation fees that we would not be bringing in. If you recall, we had a discussion about potentially raising recreation fees last year. We never did that, but we had included those into the budget as revenue, so this was an offset to that in the event we did not increase recreation fees. Thank you. All right. So there we were. So again, we started with about $1 million. We also saw this year, we've seen some changes in the public defender's office, sheriff's office, and some other departments. And so we started making adjustments and projections back in February prior to the COVID-19 health emergency. Some of those impacts we saw in increased cost. We had out of the ordinary high-profile case for the public defender's office that will increase costs there. There were some changes after the adoption of the budget to the mental health diversion, which have some significant cost, which will also impact our district attorney's office, and a high number of misdemeanor appeals that need to be scheduled and taken care of as well. For our sheriff's office and jail, primarily public safety agencies, we typically factor in a savings for vacancies and what we call 4850. 4850 is the labor code section that defines the benefits for public safety employees when they become injured. And that is typically, the savings is based on prior year's experience. Fortunately, this year we did not have the injuries that we've seen in the past, which means we don't have the savings either, so we would have to have some increase. So with all that, increase in salaries. With all that said, we were estimating initially to have the general fund contingencies to about $600,000 by year end. But again, that was all prior to the COVID-19 health emergency. So since that time, as we've gone back and looked at revenues, we're projecting at this point about a $2 million reduction in revenues for this fiscal year in the general fund alone. And so because of this and the impacts in the other departments, that the closure of other areas such as recreation, library, even the court's schedule is going to impact our public safety departments. We are not bringing forward all of the adjusted changes that we were going to originally propose because they are going to change. However, there are some original changes that still remain and some new ones as well. Most of these are primarily increase in revenues, and so we need to recognize those and the appropriations with them. With that said, we have taken some steps also to reduce cost this fiscal year. We instantly, I believe it was on March 19th or 20th, we implemented a hiring freeze, minimized the use of relief staff, and we're trying to reduce spending wherever possible. So with that said, in the general fund, we did receive about $9,000 from the Sonora Area Foundation that needs to be recognized. That will go towards the digitization of the Union Democrat. Back in February, our Innovations and Business Assistance Department did a broadband summit up at Black Oak Casino, and that was paid for through donations, and so that revenue also needs to be recognized. Within the Community Development Department, they would like to take $35,000 from a trust to purchase a new environmental health vehicle, $62,000 from Code Compliance Trust for abatement projects, and like to reduce and a reduction of expense and revenue to move to public works to GIS. During the adoption of this year's budget, we took the Community Resource Agency apart and created 2 new departments. GIS and survey are a function of Public Works, and so we're moving that out into its own department from the Community Development Department. So you'll see that in the line item detail in the back. So I'll stop there. Do you have any questions on any of those I've covered so far? Okay. So next is the Sheriff Coroner. They would like to move some money from their trust accounts, their K-9 Trust, Civil, and Search and Rescue, and Friends of the Sheriff's donations to increase the like expenditures in their department, such as equipment for Search and Rescue, vehicle for their Civil Department, and some K-9 training as well. They did receive a almost $37,000 grant from the Board of State Community Corrections, a grant from the Department of Justice, and a grant from ABC for $8,200 as well. Within the Boat Patrol Department, they did receive a one-time increase of almost $3,600 in financial aid from the Division of Boating and Waterways. BSCC also provided a grant of $12,000 for mental health in their jail. So with that, is there any questions on the Sheriff's cost centers or any comment from the Sheriff? Okay, I'll continue. Air pollution control. They received a $148,000 grant from the state farmers, and this grant is intended to be a pass-through for local agricultural equipment. So if you have agricultural equipment, the intent is to replace older diesel-burning equipment with newer equipment. So we will be managing that grant, so that would have the increase in revenue and expense. Solid Waste Fund, we do have $50,000 from the solid waste contingencies, or requesting to remove $50,000 from contingency into solid waste, and this is primarily for some safety improvements up at the Groveland landfill that need to be done at this point. We do have a personnel change request for Public Works, so I would invite the director up to explain that.
Social distancing. Yeah, good afternoon. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. So since the CRA split, we've been really working towards a more streamlined agency, putting the right people in the right positions with a real emphasis on productivity and succession planning. And for about 2 years now, the road operations and engineering divisions, which is approximately 35 employees, have been overseen by one engineering manager. Many of the engineering staff are still really early in their careers and would benefit from additional coaching and mentoring, along with professional engineering oversight for those seeking licensure, and we do have a couple. For this reason, we are requesting the elimination of the associate engineer position, which is the professional unit, and the addition of a supervising engineer, which is the management unit. This is all covered under the road fund and has minimal impacts. The supervising engineer will manage the capital projects, which totals about $10 million annually, and will oversee all the engineers and techs who work in capital. This position would also support the engineering manager and the director as needed.
Any questions on that? Okay, now we'll get into our Health and Human Services Agency departments, and I will turn it over to our director.
Oops. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. As your board is aware, the Health and Human Services Agency serves our safety net. It serves as a safety net for our community. Close to 100% of our services and programs are mandated by federal and state legislation. Unfortunately, these mandates are frequently not fully funded, which has required our agency to participate in many, many competitive grant opportunities. The Health and Human Services Agency's portion of this presentation is a result of a thorough budgetary analysis, including a time per task assessment. And this is to ensure that the data supports what we anecdotally believed were shortfalls in our agency. These comprehensive workload assessments guide us to ensure there will always remain exceptional stewards of tax dollars while balancing this stewardship with serving those in our community who need our help. I'm going to start with the Department of Social Services. We first want to recognize 2 new grants. The first grant is a little over $178,000, and the grant supports employment and training services for residents receiving government food assistance. The second grant is small. It's about $7,500, but this just goes to show the board that there is no grant too small that we are seeking to support our community. This grant was presented to us by First Five, and it was to purchase an oven and an outdoor play structure for the visitation center where foster children visit with their families. Department of Social Services is also requesting your consideration on a few personnel adjustments. The first request is to delete an integrated caseworker due to the decline in the workload that classification performs. Data tells us instead we need a social worker, which is a net annual increase cost of $2,200. This request is recommended based on a time per task analysis that shows the workload of an emergency response child welfare social worker is best performed when we have 3.7 social workers assigned to do this important work. On average, 1.5 social workers have been attempting to manage this workload, which has resulted in some poor outcomes. Although adding one social worker for a total of 2.5 social workers does not meet the entire need, it at least brings us closer to where the data tells us we need to be. Hopefully, this increase will reduce the amount of overtime staff is working, but more importantly, we are very hopeful it will improve our ability to retain our child welfare social workers. This change is funded by federal and state dollars, no general fund. The second request is to delete a chief fiscal officer position and add an assistant health and human services agency director for a net annual cost of approximately $20,000. As we attempt to maneuver the fiscal insecurity we face next fiscal year, it is vital that our agency is well positioned to meet that challenge by continuing to effectively manage approximately 30% of the county's budget. We must also be well positioned to apply for and monitor as many federal and state grants that are needed to serve our community. To do this, the Health and Human Services Agency must arm itself with the fiscal administrator who has the skill sets needed to take on the added responsibility of tracking our finances, administer procurements, grant writing, contract oversight. We believe these combined skill sets are better aligned with the Assistant Health and Human Services Agency Director rather than a Chief Fiscal Officer. Again, this change is funded by federal and state dollars. The third personnel request is adding a grant-funded eligibility specialist 3 to serve as a Medi-Cal enrollment navigator for an annual cost of $73,000. The goal of this grant is to work with our target population to retain as well as increase medical coverage for our aged, disabled, homeless, and those exiting the criminal justice system. This position is fully funded by a grant. Moving to public health. We wish to recognize COVID-19 grant of approximately $187,000, which will be used to offset the salary of our interim health officer and to purchase personal protective equipment. Public Health is also seeking authorization to make a few personnel adjustments. The first request is to add a program specialist for an annual cost of approximately $84,000. The program specialist will plan, support, and coordinate 3 state and federally funded emergency preparedness programs, which includes pandemic flus. The costs associated with this new program specialist position will be offset next fiscal year by deleting a public health nurse, which is scheduled to be vacant on July 2020. The second request is to add 2 full-time community health workers, also known as CHWs, for an annual cost of $117,000. The CHW position is vital to the operations of our family visitation center. On average, the center is responsible to monitor and provide transportation for almost 204 hours per week of court-ordered visitation for children and their families. For years, this visitation has been managed by piecing together up to 15 part-time CHWs. Unfortunately, the transitory nature of part-time employees has left gaps, resulting in the agency canceling visits, violating court orders, but more disturbing, this gap affects the ability for a child to visit with their family. A time-on-task analysis was conducted, and although adding 2 full-time CHWs meets about 40% of the need, it provides the agency at least 80 hours of weekly reliable work, which increases an efficient and consistent visitation plan. Currently, all the part-time staff that are performing this duty is costing the agency about $175,000. So we're hoping 2 full-time at a cost of $117,000. The part-time employees right now are costing $175,000. This request will bring that cost down to $117,000. So again, a cost savings. The next department is our behavioral health department. And again, after conducting a needs assessment, it was determined a clinician would better serve the needs of the substance use disorder program rather than 2 behavioral health recovery counselors. The change results in a net savings of a little over $68,000. The final department is our Ambulance Enterprise Fund. We wish to recognize COVID-19 funding of a little over $160,000, which will be used for expenses related to COVID-19, such as medical supplies and specialized equipment. What I want to end by saying is that what is unique about many of the funding sources that Health and Human Services receives is that these funding sources do not roll over to the next fiscal year. So whatever funding that we receive that we do not spend here in Tuolumne County, it does not go back to California General Fund. What it does is redistributed to other counties. So I mean, our money then goes to another county who has overspent, is now using our money to backfill when they overspend. So that is why we're bringing this before your board, because we want to make sure county money stays with our county.
Yeah, just one comment, and it's really not for or against any of your recommendations, but it's just something that I know you're painfully aware of, and I think that this is as much a comment for our public as it is for you and your staff. But your agency is essentially, actually, fully funded by state and federal money. We don't put general fund money into Health and Human Services. Those monies come from revenue sources that are going to be severely impacted by COVID-19 and the shutdown of our economy. And I just we really don't, as you know, but again, this is for our public, but it's also, I hope, people at the state are listening as well, and the federal government. We don't have the capacity to backfill those lost revenues here locally. So a lot of what you do, virtually all of what you do, is mandated by other government agencies, whether that's the state or the feds. And if we are going to lose revenues, we understand that that's at least a likelihood. If we're going to lose revenues, those sources that are providing those revenues need to understand that those mandates need to be reduced commensurate with the loss in revenues. I mean, we will do everything that we can to provide the necessary services to our people, but there is going to be impacts from this current financial crisis that's falling out of the public health crisis. So just something for us all to keep in mind as we go forward. And I say that as much for the public as for anybody, but hopefully the folks at the state that write those checks to us are listening as well. So thank you.
Okay, I would just add to that as part of this, we are requesting the change in the Assistant HSA Director job classification. One of those things is to make it an at-will position, to make it consistent with the other assistant positions, and also adding in the experience of financial experience as a qualification for this position. So that was one of the additional items under that. We have two more funds to cover really quick. First one is the Employee Leave Liability Fund. During the adoption of the fiscal year 2019-20 budget, your board approved an early retirement incentive program for eligible employees. So we had several people take advantage of that. We've also had some people leaving that had some high accruals, and so we are asking that your board authorize the movement of $585,000 from the beginning fund balance into the leave liability fund to cover those costs. And our auditor controller is here to answer any questions on that if you have any questions. Okay. Telecommunications fund. As you're aware, we have some new phones and some new networks in place. It's been a very long project. Our staff has worked a lot of hours on it and done a great job. It did come with some additional unexpected cost of about $21,000, and again, we're asking to take that from the beginning fund balance into the telecommunications fund. So with that, it is respectfully recommended that your board approve the fiscal year 2019-20 budget adjustments that are detailed in attachment 8A, correction. It requires a 4/5 vote. Approve the revised class specification for Assistant Health and Human Services Agency Director, and approve the personnel changes that are detailed in attachment B. Again, that requires a 4/5 vote. With that, is there any other questions?
Any questions? All right. So at this time, I'd ask if there's any public comment. No public comment in the queue. Okay, I'm going to bring this back to our board.
Madam Chair, I'll move on staff recommendations approving the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget adjustment, the revised classification specification, and the personnel changes in attachment B.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. While we're doing a quick staff adjustment, will the clerk please read item 17?
This is a presentation and consideration of providing staff direction on finalizing the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget and preparation of the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget.
Ms. Riggs.
All right, good afternoon. This, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me I have Debbie Batista, our Auditor Controller, and Eric Earhart, our Assistant CAO. The item before you today is kind of an update of where we're at, what we're projecting, and working in close partnership with our Auditor Controller and our department heads, and is really meant as that part of that status update, but then also looking for some high-level direction from your board in development of the fiscal year 2021 budget. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and get started. You saw the mission statement here, which is we commit to providing exceptional public service that creates a healthy and safe community, exercises natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, and promotes economic prosperity and enhances quality of life. As we've been keeping the focus on what it is that the California Constitution requires for local government, that our primary responsibility, our primary and first responsibility for local government is the to give priority to the provisions of adequate public safety. So that's just a general reminder as where your staff will focus as we move through budget preparation. So the very first slide here is actually a slide that we had from last year. And I can't remember if it was August, September, but when we approved the final budget, the adopted budget in September, and we had given an update to the board at that time of some anticipated increased costs that we knew about last year that would be in addition to what we had for the current fiscal year for 1920. And as you can see on here, the good news is we paid off the law and justice property early, which meant we had $781,000 of debt service that we would not carry into future years, and that is good news. The next one is we have had some extraordinary costs in IT, and we did expect to see some savings as a result as we moved into the next fiscal year. And then you'll see here we had the increase for PERS. We had salaries and benefits that include steps and promotions, equity adjustments, and COLAs as approved as part of the compensation plan that your board approved about 4 years ago or 3 years ago. And then we had the new jail that would be opening. And we also have been anticipating this county facilities payment as a result of the courts opening their own jail. And since counties are required to provide some form of facilities for the courts, they then back charge counties when they are working within a state-owned facility. So as a result,
Tracy,
the net, yes.
Real quick, sorry. Has there been any discussion with everything going on about PERS and the fixed payment and any adjustments moving forward, putting any of that?
Yes, I'll give that to Deb.
I'm not sure that I would say that it's conversation with PERS, but PERS has reached out to RCRC, and RCRC has reached out to us, me, through the county, because we've helped RCRC over the last couple of years. And they're putting together some ideas or some concerns that we all have because of the economic downfall or the economic because we're closed in the different sales tax because of the market. PERS is going to take a hit this year, and therefore we're all going to take a hit this year. PERS is at the last conference, they thought that they would have somewhere around a 3 to 4% loss this year. I think that's going to be a little bit higher unless the market really comes back by June 30th. And then we're into the period of time where we're going to do a 20-year amortization when this year comes in. So we're discussing with PERS different, and it's at the very beginning stages, different opportunities for smaller counties to have different options versus what they have today, which is either to do a 30-year average, but then you have to do a hardship. And if you fill out all the paper for the hardship, we don't want to be filling out that paperwork for the hardship. Our financial ratings will go down materially just because of what you have to say in order to get the hardship. We don't think that that should be it. We believe that it should be a waiver, because just like the waiver that the governor's giving to all of the businesses for sales tax, there should be some kind of waiver for PERS. Maybe amortize it over 3 or 5 years. Do something that the blow to small entities won't be as severe as it's looking at for the next couple of years. We are definitely in the beginning of the conversations. In fact, sent an email just yesterday, got some emails back today. There is a conversation which is very positive. That's the only thing I can say.
And these conversations actually started probably at least 2 years ago, if not longer, where RCRC has been actively engaged on behalf of all of the rural counties especially. So they've been a great partner as always.
I would just add that I think CSAC is engaging also at a higher level because we're seeing a lot of our suburban counterparts and even hearing conversations from some of the urban counties also so that adds strength to the conversation.
That has become a major priority for CSAC as well.
So to end here, we had estimated we might have a net shortage, or meaning a net increase in expenses is a better word for next year, of about $2.7 million. And at that time, we had expected that would be further offset by increase in general revenues, which in the past has averaged out to about $1 million per year in our general revenues for increases. And we'll have an update on this slide that we've spent some time getting some more updated numbers.
However, COVID-19 occurred. So over the last couple of weeks, trying to gather as much information as I can, talking with our vendor that we do work for sales tax, talking with my counterparts, my auditor controllers, talking with Tracy and the information that she gets from people. Thank you, Lisa Mayo. Lisa has given me a lot of information from our local hotel motel. And coming with that, using all of that information, here's my best guess as of yesterday or the day before of what I think is going to happen. Our sales tax for what's going to happen for the year ending June 30th or the quarter ending June 30th of 20. Our sales tax is only going to go down about $150,000. The reason why it's not going to go down a whole lot is that we had a wonderful quarter for Christmas and for the holiday. That counterbalanced what we're projecting for the downfall or the reduction of sales tax over these last 4 months. TOT, we're projecting, speaking with Lisa, talking with, they had a survey done for the whole United States, and we thought was what would happen with COVID-19. They're believing that TOT will be down for at least these 2 to 3 quarters by 85%. And that once coming out of it, it will be down the first couple quarters, but average, and we'll see that later on, average for 2021 at about a 55% of what it is today. It's going to take that long to get everybody coming back to traveling. They're saying in this study, it was an Oxford study, they're saying that the international travelers to the United States will be down 4 times what it was on the event because of 9/11. So it is just going to take a lot of time not only to gear back up, but it's going to take a lot of time to start to get the visitors coming back. We also reduced Prop 172. 172 is money that we get via the state sales tax. We get 0.5% of the state sales tax. When you pay that 6%, 0.5% of that is for Prop 172, and then it's allocated to all of the different counties and cities. However, it's not site-driven. It's statewide driven based upon a really different kind of formula that included how much money you gave up for ERAF, what your population was. So what we're thinking is that we'll lose just this one quarter about $80,000 with Prop 172. That's why we're working with CSAC, we're working with RCRC, we're working with our groups, the CAOs and the auditors groups, to ask the state to at least give base for the realignment 1991 and the realignment 2011, because one, we can plan on that, and two, these are some of the revenues that we provide services from, and a lot of those services we can't cut back even if we don't get the revenue. Your sheriff's office, probation, public defender, even CAL FIRE gets a little bit of that. Then we also dropped our other general revenues. We brought down some money. There is some money that gets backfilled into the general fund from social services realignment, because social services realignment is going to come down too. The general fund's money is going to come down from that. Supplemental taxes are down almost $200,000 right now, so we brought that down. Our transfer taxes down, just other general revenues that are in the general fund. So I believe, if we're lucky, our general revenues ending June 30th will be down about $2 million.
This is part of a repeat from earlier, but again, we started the year with about $1 million contingency. We were estimating some changes in the area about $453,000 for this fiscal year, leaving $600,000, and that was prior to COVID-19. With the loss we know we're estimating now, we do have some savings in salaries and benefits because of some of the actions we've already taken, as well as services and supplies. So with all that together, we are estimating we will have to go to reserves for just over $1 million to balance out just this year alone. And this would require specific action from your board under the Budget Act for economic emergencies. Currently, our reserves are just over $2.5 million, so that would leave us with just over half of that for next year.
This slide here was also in the previous presentation. When the governor issued his, the strict stay-at-home order on Thursday, March 19th, that evening, on March 20th, I did issue a hiring freeze. And then we've also been working with department heads, and they're doing this on their own. They did not need direction to do this, but they're minimizing the use of relief staff and reducing spending wherever possible.
Again, we have seen some relief so far from COVID-19. The ambulance fund did receive $160,000, public health $187,000, and yesterday I believe it was yesterday, we just found out we got another $157,000 into public health as well. That's not in this presentation. Airport has been allocated about $30,000, and there is additional pending legislation. As you guys know, things are changing daily, and we see new changes to bills and new legislation coming out. But there is some for the sheriff, veterans, election, and the county as a whole that keeps coming up. So we are watching that daily and reading as much as we can on those things. But again, with these revenues above, they are specifically allocated for expenses directly related to COVID-19. And at this point, we don't have anything that is allocated for the loss of revenue.
Okay, before we move into some forecasts for 2021, does your board have any questions in relation to how some of those reductions in revenue and estimates that we have for ending this fiscal year? And of course, we will come back with a year-end budget. This is just to kind of give an update right now with what we're looking at. And as Eric said, we are all looking and reading everything we possibly can just to see if there's anything else out there that might be of assistance as we work our way through this year.
I just want to clarify, what did you say is in our reserves? 2.5?
We have $2,549,914.
Okay, because that's higher than the figure that I was working with, but that's good. Okay, thanks.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and we'll start on fiscal year 2021. So every year in March or April, we begin the process of compiling the next year's fiscal budget. And as we begin doing this, of course, this year, it's just a difficult year, and we all know that. I don't need to continue to repeat that. But I did want to revisit the same slide we saw earlier. And the reason I want to revisit this is last year, as I stated, I had said that we knew we had increased cost, and we weren't sure where we might be with revenues. Hoped that the revenue measures would pass, as we know they did not pass. And during that presentation, I'd also said not knowing what we would be going through now. And I said, you know, if the revenue measures don't pass, and God forbid the economy tanks, it could be catastrophic for our services. Unfortunately, what we're seeing right now is exactly that. And as we saw, our voters voted both of those measures down, clearly indicating we needed to live within our means. And we will begin that process of reducing our costs so that we can live within the means that we have. Unfortunately, they just will be reduced significantly for us as we move into the next fiscal year. And of course, we're hoping that that will be temporary. So the next slide, we've updated the numbers from the previous slide. So remember before we had about $1 million we estimated as an increase in PERS. Right now we're estimating $700,000, but we'll also see what impacts we might have as a discount rate with PERS comes forward. As their investments aren't as strong as they had estimated, that will get handed down to the counties and local jurisdictions who utilize and have PERS retirement system for their employees. Salaries and benefits, that's still the same, $1.5 million. Again, that's board-approved adjustments from the compensation study that we did, as well as individuals who are going through their steps. The jail, we have pulled that amount down. We're starting later than we thought. And so right now it's an estimate of $1 million, and we're working with the sheriff. We think we can probably get that down just a bit lower. The new jail does require additional staffing, and so we, as your board had approved those, they will be, they are recruiting, and we'll get those individuals in soon and get them trained. Last year for fire, your board allocated the single highest amount from the general fund ever of $1.6 million. Like last year, we needed $800,000 just to balance the current operations, and we will need that again this year. Does not include anything for fire apparatus. General fund contingencies, the board policy is 1% of the general fund. So at this point, we have an $80 million general fund. Of course, that will be decreased if the general fund expenditures are decreased. So we have 800,000 there. And our internal mandates. So just to revisit, internal mandates are workers' compensation, unemployment, post-retirement medical, leave liability, and there's a few others. Just as one example, we're seeing an increase of 625,000, but an example of that, our liability insurance alone is going up $277,000 for next fiscal year. And we're also unemployment. We are self-funded while people still will apply through EDD, and they'll be granted whatever it is they qualify for. They will turn around and send us a bill that Debbie will have to pay. So we have increased the amount that we think we may need in there as well. So with that being said, we still have, there's a total of about $5.4 million increases. This is what we know about. These are things that we can't necessarily control. Some of them are already bargained for. The good news is, again, we paid off our law and justice property early, and so that $781,000 of debt service that we had will be able to be applied, and we won't have it, so it will help offset some of this. And the IT software, we continue to we continue to fine-tune these numbers. And right now, we're estimating between $400,000 and $500,000 of a decrease from 1920. So the total increase in our expenses are estimated at $4.2 million.
What were the big drivers going from 2.7 to 4.2?
Well, if we compare the two slides, the internal mandates, we didn't have contingencies in the previous slide because normally we will have contingencies that we have the current fiscal year. Sure. We just refund. Okay. So there was 800,000 there as well. Yep.
I'm good.
And that's okay. So as you can imagine, I'm not real comfortable until we find out when we start to roll out this, what date that is, when things are going to start coming back. So what I did on this slide is just to give you, based upon some of the information we've gathered, what kind of losses we should look at next year. So the best guess for sales tax is 10%. I mean, and that's local. For TOT is about 45% loss. For Prop 172 would be about 9%, and for our realignment is 10%. I mean, think about the state sales tax that's not being collected. I can't fathom what sales tax comes in through Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, all the cruise ships that come in here, and they have not been operating since the middle of March. And when are they going to go start operating again? All of the weddings in Napa County, they said that they have lost or will lose over $5 million of wedding events because the brides and the grooms, because of COVID-19, can't have their weddings occurring. So when you start putting all those numbers out, it's really hard to figure out where we're all going to end up. So if we kind of did some numbers there, so what I'm thinking is we could be an additional, the $2 million we've lost in 1920, we could have an additional $1 to $2 more million lost in 2021. And if it takes us longer to roll this out, you know, I don't have to tell you guys because you guys are probably not sleeping either. How many of our small businesses are not going to come back? How many of the, well, we're not to that slide yet, but what kind of unemployment are we going to have in Tuolumne County? All of that will affect our local economy and then add to that what's occurring at the state.
So, and Debbie, correct me if I'm wrong, but TOT is the biggest single revenue contributor, and that's by far the highest expected percentile loss that we're looking at.
Correct.
That in and of itself is crippling.
So if we can roll it out faster, that's going to be better, but you know, public health, you have to do all that balancing.
And Debbie, just speaking to TOT earlier, wasn't the new information that we just got from Lisa even at 55% now versus a 45, just with the information
What
we have
they're
now?
thinking is we're going to end up with about a 55% collection and about a 45% loss.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay.
But not in the very beginning, we're going to have an 81% loss.
Yeah.
Right,
And
so this, for 21, we're talking about 45.
That's what they believe.
When I see 10% sales tax, my gut reaction from hearing everything, it feels like it doesn't feel like that's anywhere near accurate.
That's the projection from DHL for the local taxes, because remember, hopefully we'll start rolling out. Some of the positive things that are occurring is we have a lot of people who are buying online. When people buy online, the county share of the sales tax is actually larger than if you go into Walmart.
And
Hint, hint.
there's a lot of businesses that are still operating that are doing relatively high volume stuff, like the Walmarts, the Lowe's, the Save Marts, the
Right.
Safeways.
Correct. It's the smaller businesses that we have to worry
Exactly.
about.
That's
Or if we have a downturn in our economy, how many cars are people going to buy? How many widgets are people going to buy? And then that's, it's a guess. Their guess was between 8% and 12%, and I picked the middle, to be honest with you. The other thing that we don't know about is not just this year, but next year, what's going to happen with our department revenues. Again, if we have a lot of unemployment, are people going to do rec services? Are people going to do permits? Are people going to, come in and get passports? Are people going to get birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, and all the other services that I don't know about? Those are the kind of things that we can't even project. We aren't even close to projecting what it's going to look like. Eric and I are going to look at revenues starting tomorrow in the departments and see whether or not we can come up with some kind of loss for just June 30th.
And Debbie, also, there's another problematic issue built into this too. It's one thing to have a budget, and it's one thing to kind of smooth flow those things, but we've got some cash flow issues associated with a lot of things that are also going to impact us.
Absolutely. I mean, one can understand some of the stances that the governor of California is doing to make it easy for businesses so that they can stay in business. But if we have a 12-month deferral on sales tax, that's about a $4 million cash flow problem to Tuolumne County. And if we have it where they don't even have to report what their sales tax is, that's an estimate problem for Tuolumne County. So we really need to understand why he wants to do the deferral, get all of it, maybe have him backfill it for us. But at the minimum, businesses need to file their quarterly, monthly, annual sales tax so that we can get the numbers, so that we can at least know what our estimates are, because this is all a brand new world, guys.
Real quick, sorry, but it just, there is the good news in this, because it does, it's very difficult right now. But up until March 19th, I mean, the revenues were incredible. We were looking at increasing TOT as high as 4.9 million. Our sales tax, we were looking at increasing. So up until this point, and that's helping to offset some of what's taking place, we did have some considerable increases from the previous year. So that is good news, and that's helping a lot right now.
Okay, some additional considerations are, what we shared so far doesn't cover any of the county share of the match for the response for COVID-19, which could be anywhere from between 6 and 25%. And it only reflects the general fund. We haven't really got into some of those other departments like the road fund, health and human services with the realignment, like Debbie said. We're hoping to at least get that 2019-20 base next year. And we're working with associations to advocate for that. But the loss of the sales tax and the gas tax, will definitely impact that. Also, it doesn't account for public safety realignment, which is in the general fund. It doesn't account for the county court facilities payment. Again, we don't know how much that's going to be or when exactly it's going to start. It's all going to depend on when they actually open the courthouse.
Or if we have some flexibility, if we can make an arrangement where they still are occupying some piece of it, we may have some
Correct.
opportunity there.
Yeah, we just don't know what that looks like at this
Correct.
point. It doesn't account for any fire apparatus. We've been, saying for a long time that our equipment is outdated, it's old, it needs to be replaced. So this does not allow for us to replace any engines this coming year. 2 of our bargaining groups have expired contracts, and the rest will be expired by June of next year. And again, you've heard it from me before, the deferred maintenance on the county-owned facilities. There's a lot of work that needs to be done around here if you've walked through any of the buildings. So those are just some of the things that are not included in what we've just presented. I'm sure there's a lot more.
This is just a repeat of most of what we've already talked about. What we don't know, and this is obviously not just Tuolumne County, this is entire nation and other countries as well. We don't know how long the health emergency might last. And the bad news is all of us who are engaged, we're hearing that it's likely that we could see some level of reoccurrence, and hopefully that doesn't happen at the same level. But we do have to be prepared for all this as we move forward. COVID-19 federal and state relief, if we can continue to advocate, and just as I was sitting over at the side table, Senator Harris was emailing all of the CAOs asking for some specific information, so I was providing that to her. Hopefully we will see some federal and or state relief, and it needs to be, as we've already discussed, in the form of backfilling for revenues. When they tell us it's, like FEMA and CDAA, all of those emergency funding that we've received in the past, those are for extraordinary costs. I just want to make sure everyone who else is listening that means, like, say, as there was an example in the county administrator's office, our office also functions as the Office of Emergency Services. When we turn off most of what we do in administration and turn on OES, that time is not reimbursable because it was already included in the budget. And that's how it happens across all of our departments. If our deputies are responding, but they're already budgeted, that time is not eligible, but overtime related to that would be. So we have to be very careful, and we're really work closely with our auditor's office to identify any of those extraordinary costs. But as of right now, the small counties have not received anything that is not specifically attached to a specific dedicated task or cost associated with that task. So that makes it kind of difficult as we're trying to plan. And then the economic recovery rate. We've already talked about this. We know this is not just a California or United States. This is global. And so all of us are kind of watching and looking to see what those impacts might be. And then, as Deb already hit on, and you guys are all aware, we're all working with our small businesses, trying to do everything that we can. Cole has done a fantastic job in looking at different types of relief. And we have seen a lot of federal and state funding coming out in ways to help our small businesses as well, and large businesses for that matter.
And I kind of already touched on this. One of the other areas, both internally for us, unemployment, but internally for the county itself. In February, the unemployment rate for Tuolumne County was 5%. On March 1st, it was 6.2%, with 270 more claims filed. However, and again, thanks to Lisa, she reached out to the hotel motels and did a little survey for me. Over 450 employees of 18 hotels and motels in Tuolumne County have been laid off. So I'm expecting that the April number will be a lot higher. And how is that going to affect our economy here? And then again, we've already hit on the return of tourism. How long is that going to take? I believe it's going to be 12 to 24 months before we get back to normal in the tourism industry.
Well, and Debbie, just one piece of that tourism, any overseas travel, just virtually everybody in the world has canceled it, and they won't, that's normally booked a year out, so they're not,
Right.
We're never going to recover that this year, and we'll probably only partially recover it next year.
Again, and I'll say it again, this study reflected that for international visitors, the loss will be 4 times what it was when we had 9/11.
What I am hearing individuals say who have been maybe trying to do more of that travel abroad is they're taking this as an opportunity as soon as things open up to travel within the country. And so that will help offset some of what all of us will feel in all of our states and counties across the United States. And that will happen at some level. People are antsy. Even if they're just going to a family in another county, it's some travel or another state. So I think there will be some offset from that. But, we don't know what that will be. So in this next slide, we just talk about there are very few actions we can take to reduce our costs that don't specifically affect staff and services. And what I find so difficult during this time like this to make such drastic reductions in services is this is the time when our residents that's when they need these services. They're depending on local government more than ever. And so, I want your board and our community to know that our office, auditor controller, every single one of our department heads, they're all working to be as creative as we possibly can as we walk through this. But this is not an easy conversation. And, that's some of when I've talked to some of our department heads, this is offensive, this is difficult. And they're right. It is offensive and it is difficult. And there is not one thing on this list that I'm going to go through that is not offensive or difficult. And as we talk about this, and I remind our department heads and our employees or any of these others that might not be an employee of our organization, making reductions at times like this, it's not a reflection of the quality of work that is being performed. It's not even close to that. It is about us having to reduce cost, as any other business is doing right now, to fall in line with the revenues that they have available and the resources available. So as we talk through this, I just want it to be very clear, and I know I'm repeating myself, but it's not about the quality of work that anyone is providing. So I'm just going to go through some of these. Everything on the right side is all specifically related to our employees and does require a meet and confer process with our employees and their unions if they're represented. Right now, we are in concession bargaining, and we will continue to work through that process with our staff and our unions as required. On the left side, there are some other things that we can consider. And what I'm looking for is to hear from the board together where are the priorities. We know all of these are a priority and all of these are valued, but we do need to have some direction as to different actions you'd like us to explore. We're not asking you to make decisions on specific items, but yeah, we'd like you to explore this. So that's what we're looking at. So at this point, as you are already aware, our departments since 2008 have been making some level of reductions in services. In 2008, 2007 and 8, we began closing our hospital that we had here, which included an acute psychiatric unit, long-term care, adult day health care. We've also continued through these years. We've had 3-week furloughs and we've had different concession bargaining. And then last year we made some changes as well. We took our community resources agency and divided it up, and we lost some positions, not only in those departments, but in a few other places. So what makes it more difficult now is because we are so tight in all of these departments, we are now looking at possibly eliminating entire programs. And again, that is not an easy conversation to have as we are going into times like this when people are depending upon some of these programs. Some of those would include our library system, looking at recreation services. We know right now our libraries and rec services are closed, but that doesn't mean it's meant to be permanent. It just means for right now, as the governor has identified, they are not essential services, so those staff are at home right now. But we do need to have the conversation of how we move forward. Recreation, we do have the ability. Right now, we only charge 30% of cost for those services. We have a presentation on the next board meeting, the first Tuesday in May, so on May 5th. Eric Gaitkin has been working very hard to put a presentation together for each of those services and what would it look like in order for us to provide those services at cost or somewhere near cost. The other thing is because of the timing of the event right now, we don't have anything in place for any type of summer program. And those would already be in place. He would have already found a location. He would have already done the training for lifeguards and the certification to get those pools open. And then he would have entered into contracts and agreements with some of the other individuals. Plus, we would have started our hiring for our teens for our summer programs. So we will be looking to your board. If your board wants those to continue, even if they're at a higher cost than what they would have been, he will need that direction so that he can immediately see who might be available and how quickly can we get some type of training for them. I've talked to some of you. An example is we have that of ways to make reductions with less cost is we own 3 pools. We normally make 4 pools available, and one of those is Sonora High School. Since they did all their upgrades, they have extended a charge to the county for those services. So we could open, instead of paying for that, we could open our 3 pools maybe, and that could greatly reduce the costs associated with providing that type of service. That's an example of some of the changes that we can make within that program, but also make it more affordable for those who utilize those services. The other one to come up, and I bring this up only because it's been brought up to me by some staff and department heads, is we know we give 25% of our TOT to the Visitors Bureau. Revenue measures did not pass. Lodging Association does have an ability to generate their own revenues. They can create a tourism fee, and that does not have to go to the voters. So they have some options in the event that your board were to look at that. It does, if we were to change that contract in any way, it does require a 90-day notification. The juvenile hall, this is a conversation that's been going, and I bring this up because we're talking about all of these other areas, and we often see our juvenile hall and rec services and library being compared. I don't think there's a comparison in what those 2 programs or 3 programs provide. They're vastly different, but they are focusing mostly on our youth. There are some requirements related to the juvenile hall and the grant that we received, and it's very specific, and there could be some risk associated if we didn't take the time to walk through those. And our county counsel, Sarah Carrillo, can give you an update or answer some questions on that. We have some other partners that we make payments to. We explored this a little bit last year, Tuolumne Park and Rec. We pay about $109,000 a year for them to manage our memorial hall. They manage it, they clean it. They clean up that entire area, which is why it looks so beautiful. But we could take that on and eliminate the contract. It would not be to the same level that they do. They manage their staffing 7 days a week. But we could, and it could save $109,000 a year. We have the UC Cooperative Extension. Again, what we leverage with that agreement is incredible. Our 4-H program runs through that, but that's another 100 and some odd thousand per year. Museum is very minor.
Back to the UC Cooperative, there's some, and I'm not completely conversant with it, but I understand that there's some things going on with the state budget that would impact that as well.
It's possible. We had a conversation with Jolynn a few weeks ago. At that point, she didn't have anything adverse, but it all continues to work, so we are keeping our ear to the ground on that as well. And then increased revenue. So again, we talked about recreation and then having the conversation with the board about these revenue measures. Do we want to revisit those in this November election? And if your board does want to revisit those, is it one? And if so, which one? Or is it both? And so these are the types of things we're looking for some direction from your board. So we are putting together the fiscal year 2021 budget. And we will begin getting that out to departments probably next week and asking them to get in there and work on that. But in order for us to begin bringing you some of these budget scenarios, which should start in May, we need some direction from your board to hear areas on this list, or if you have other items you would like us to explore so that we can come back to your board with information.
So before we enter those conversations, I'd ask first if there are any questions. I would like to hear public comment and then come back and have the conversations.
Okay.
I'm looking across the dais. Were there any specific questions of staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
A specific question regarding parks and recs and pools and whatnot. With the governor's stay-at-home order in place right now, even if it got lifted, say next week, the week after, is that even enough time to even consider all the groundwork that has to be done to open up those programs?
I don't know for sure. I would talk with Eric. I think that we could give it a good faith effort. It depends on who's available out there looking for work. We may still have some who are certified and can provide that. It would take some time. Could he maybe get it up for July and August? Maybe. He will have more details for you on Tuesday, but that direction would need to come obviously sooner than later so that we can begin that recruitment. The summer rec programs are usually a lot of our young adults who come in and work for us for the summer, and we have not done any of that recruitment. So the sooner we know, the sooner he can start getting
And
that
that's
out.
my concern is, it's everybody's concern, but I don't see the governor. I was kind of disappointed with yesterday's meeting, so I brought that question up.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, not knowing exactly when the parks and youth services will be allowed to begin again.
Just kind of going off of that a little bit, are we required to have, to wait for the governor to lift the restrictions before we start looking into these programs? Because we're planning for, if we're going ahead with summer recreation, that's not going to start until summer. And so presumably the restrictions will be lifted at that time. So why not start looking at taking those steps now? I mean, we can always cancel it
Right.
if it looks like the restrictions haven't been lifted by that time, but if we don't prepare right now, then
Right.
we'll have no choice but to cancel it.
Right, so your board could definitely direct that we can begin recruiting, we can begin looking and getting those in place. There are costs associated with doing that, so we just have to know that we would incur some costs to do those recruitments and training so that in the event it's lifted, we could start those.
So I think when we have the full breadth of the conversation here in a few minutes, it might not be an either or. There may be facets of it that would lend themselves to what will be some of the implementation phases and some of the restrictions and guidelines that will go along with those implementation phases. So what I'd like to do at this time is ask if there is any public comment.
Ron?
Yes, you want me to ask the question now?
Yes.
I was just wondering if Mrs. Riggs didn't really spend very much time with the library, but what is the possibilities, or is the plan to reopen it on July 1st, or nothing was said? She said something about recreation and ballpark, but nothing about the library.
You're right, I did not speak to that. Right now, it is closed until such time that the governor would lift the order and allow them to open again. I don't know when that would be, but there has been no decision made to close the libraries permanently.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the public? Okay. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
To get to, I think it was Supervisor Campbell's point, I would like to know on May 5th, and I'm sure it's part of his presentation already, what the options are with respect to maybe doing some of the lead time actions in case we do choose and have the ability to, and then choose to open up our summer rec programs and what that picture might look like. Similarly, I'd like to see what those look like for libraries as well. This is really the tip of the iceberg, or maybe it's the leading wave of the tidal wave. I'm not sure which, but we're just talking about trying to do next year's budget. And there's going to be some, we have to consider the very strong likelihood that this is going to be very much like the 2008, 2009, 2010 economic downturn. And we're probably, and this is more for the public's information, but I think we're probably looking at 2 to 3, well, probably closer to 3 years to come completely out of this. And so some of the decisions that we're making, we as a board have to keep in mind that we can't really make decisions in a way that push the problem into the future years, because we're going to have additional problems cascading on top of that in the future years. So we really do need to, I believe, use this as a mechanism to really look at what is this county government going to look like going forward, because this isn't just a 2020, 2021 discussion. This really is probably out through 2024, 2023, 24 budget as well. And if we don't do that, the pain is going to accumulate year after year after year. So I think we really need to pay attention to this next budget year. It's really important.
So if we plan for the worst and the worst doesn't happen, we're in good shape.
We're in good shape, yeah.
I mean, that's reality.
Supervisor.
Okay. So the title is Budget Ideas. I know we're talking about possible money coming in through HR 6467, maybe in the tune of 4.2 million. I know we're in negotiations with the unions, regarding furloughs, layoffs. It's noted in here. So there's going to be some changes in that area, and hopefully some relief from HR 6467. But that's a temporary fix, and like Supervisor Rodefer said, we are heading into uncharted territories, and I'm of the mindset what I'm doing in my finances at my house are planning for the worst and praying for the best. But so when I look at this list, we have, let me just stick with my notes. First question, Eric, is with OpenGov, do we almost have that software up and running where it can be utilized by the public? And
The public's viewing side of it will not be ready until probably after the recommended budget, but the system itself is up and running. I did just actually upload workforce budget into that so we can start working with some of those personnel costs.
Okay. I spoke with Eric Aiken from Parks and Recs, and I wanted to know how many people Parks and Recs touches, and the estimate was around 10,000 people. And so I do agree, and I do foresee that there's going to probably be an increase in cost moving forward eventually with utilizing Parks and Recs. I'm just going to come out and say with the juvenile hall, the creation of it, I disagreed. It's built. We have been working on I've been working with CSAC, working with other counties, trying to get other counties to pay basically a fair share instead of Tuolumne County subsidizing their children. But we're in a crisis now where every single county is going to be in an issue where no one's going to want to pay more for any of their youth coming to our facility. So what I would like to request, and what I requested before, but now I think is the appropriate time to act on it, is to contact the state. And I don't want that contact to come through probation. I want that contact to come through our CAO's office and find out what the process is going to be to close that juvenile hall down. And if that means that we act on that right now and actually start down the road of closing it down, because what I don't want to do is have this conversation for a year or two when we're spending, I believe it's what, 1.9 million?
It was 1.7, but remember, you'd have to add about half of that at least back into the probation budget in order
Correct.
for it to function.
Correct. I believe if I've done the math right, it's a net savings about $400,000 or $500,000, maybe more. So personally, what I like to see is that conversation take place. I don't feel comfortable. I know we're not closing the library. We're not deciding that. I cannot go after something that's touching tens of thousands of kids when we have a facility that is housing 11 kids and the operating cost is that high. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to affect thousands of kids' lives for the sake of those 11. It doesn't mean those 11 or those 15 will be forsaken. They will still be taken care of. But I want to have that conversation now. I don't want to push it off. And like I said, I want it to come from our CEO's office and not the probation office. When when it comes to the Visitors Bureau, they have given up some. I know they just lost a position in there. You know, when we lost Larry Cope and we were looking at hiring Cole Pizzabella as our Innovation and Business Director, I got a lot of heat from folks saying, why don't we wait it out a year or two? Why don't we see if we can't come up with our own plan or just leave it as is? And, you know, when everything's peachy, nobody cares. But when you hit a financial crisis like we're in now, I've gotten more response from the business community and from constituents that they're so grateful that Cole's in that position and heading things up and trying to bring the community together business. And it's going to be the same thing with this Visitors Bureau. I understand there's a contract in place. Maybe part of that needs to be negotiated, but right now we need to be planning for 2 years ahead with visitors and with the international travel, because I believe it was like 250 million was their projections for last year for income coming in was around 250 million. So all that to say, the Visitors Bureau, where I sit on it, they've given up some. Maybe there's going to be more discussion about, but I'm going to be very hard pressed to really be going after the Visitors Bureau. If there's contracts that we need to look at renegotiating with some of our other partners, I get it. I think we're all going to have to come up with some solutions. Let me see if there's anything else. And this kind of brings me back. For those of you who are at home and listening, and we've had some conversations and many emails, I was very hopeful that the governor, like President Trump, is allowing the local governors to start making decisions. I was hoping that our Governor Gavin Newsom would start letting the local jurisdictions start making decisions. So I was very disappointed that the only direction yesterday was basically to allow hospitals to start doing surgeries. I'm getting to the point where there's going to be some action in the next board meeting or two, because I'm not going to sit back and watch local businesses who I've known and who have thrived. I'm not going to sit back and watch them lose everything when we have been strong advocates of following the numbers. We've done a good job bending the curve. But now we need to look at the new set of numbers that is going to be just as, if not more destructive than COVID-19. So just know that our board is well aware of that. Carl, Supervisor Rotifer, Supervisor Brennan are working together. But I just want to publicly come out and say that, because we are, I believe, now on the teeter-totter of going possibly the wrong way. So we'll need to have more discussion about not letting our local economy completely collapse. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, thank you, Tracy, Eric, Debbie. You've presented us with some budget ideas. I don't like any of them, but that was your job. And really, looking at this, we have several options here, but many of those options are really one option, and that's layoffs and reduction in services. And I can just tell you fundamentally that those are the last two things I want to do. I would rather cut anything and reduce in a variety of areas than eliminate individual programs whole cloth, if at all possible. And the reason for that is that diminishing services and laying off employees, it's much more difficult to start these things from scratch than it is to maintain them at a reduced level. And my fear is that if we eliminate programs related to the library, to recreation, to the juvenile hall, we will never get them back, and we'll never have them again in this community. And the first item on your list is to reduce our services to the minimum mandated services in the county, and in my view is we're pretty darn close to that right now. One question I have for you is, could you restate about what the budget shortfall we're looking at will be?
Of course, we don't know what might come in the form of state and federal aid. Based on what we know right now and what's coming in right now, it could be anywhere from $5 to $7 million for next year and $1 million this year.
So 5 to 7, and then with the ballot measures that were defeated in March, how much would they have raised had they been implemented?
Well, TOT.
Memory's going, I don't know that my
Little-
memory's
little over
going to
6 million,
tell
I think.
you.
I think
together they were going to be close to $6 million.
Yeah. So in your view, had those measures passed, would we be looking at the kind of cuts to staffing and services that we're looking at right now?
Not to the same magnitude, no. You would, if it were, say, we looked at a 7 million, even it's $1 million reduction, and $1 million we can get to through working with our staff quite quickly. But when you start looking at 5 million, it's catastrophic.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to, and you've touched on this before, but I'm trying to highlight the significance of the decisions that our community makes, and that these types of things have consequences that have impacts directly on the services we provide. Like I said, we have no more fat to trim. We're actually looking at cutting significant services. And, you know, I'll just say it again, I would rather reduce services in general than eliminate services specifically. And we should be looking at that last. The elimination of services and layoffs should be the last thing we consider.
My turn. Supervisor?
Yeah, so I don't disagree with anything that any of my preceding supervisors have said, but the bottom line is, while all of it is true, the reality doesn't make some of it possible. The truth is, I was counting up in my head, this is now my 12th government budget that I've gone through, 5 when I was in the Air Force and now 7 here. I can tell you from the 6 previous budgets that I've been involved in, we've been doing in this county every year, we have been, I'll call it, squeezing the turnip every year. Okay, we've pretty much gotten our staff down to the minimum to do the services that were provided across the board. We've found efficiencies and we've taken advantage of those. I believe, and I am not being judgmental in this, and I don't mean it to sound judgmental in any way, shape, or form, but I do believe that the election in March was a signal from our voters that they want a smaller government. And I think the only way that you do that, if you keep slicing the salami across the board, what you do is you make everybody ultimately inefficient or unproductive. I think at some point, and I believe that the combination of previous budget actions and the failure of the revenue measures in March, we're at that point. You reach some point where you have to decide what it is that your core competencies, your core values are. And in some ways, that's defined for us by the state constitution of California. And we are at that point, I believe, where we may get nickels and dimes out of the departments in this. You can always find something, but we're not going to get the amount of money, the magnitude of which, and I'm sitting here watching the 2 ladies that have been through this with me, and in both cases before me, shaking their head that I'm right. Okay, we're not going to get the kinds of monies that we need to find without shedding some services. That is hard. That's a really hard bullet to bite, but I think that that's the reality. And so, enough.
So, I hear there's more conversation to be had, but I haven't had an opportunity to speak into this, and I'd like to take that opportunity, because I think that there are a few pieces of this that are going to be very important to this conversation by our next meeting. And the first of that is we're going to have a better sense of what we may see from the federal government. That is going to be critical information, I think, going forward before we are going to have this debate. I agree with each and every one of you that we are going to have to make some very serious, very, very difficult decisions. I agree with you. But we're going to start having those conversations with the picture so incomplete at this time. And I understand we're going to give some direction. That's important. I've already heard some of that. But I think we need to have a much better sense of where we're going to be at with regards to the bills that are in play. And I believe, from my understanding, we should have that information within days. That's number one. Number two, for me, I need a lot more information on each of these items to really have a thorough conversation. And I've heard you say that staff is going to be providing that. The juvenile hall, I need to understand what that contract piece is, the other contracts that are associated with that, and the budget considerations. And I think Ms. Carrillo is working on that and may have some relevant information to that.
I can speak to the contract on the juvenile hall if you'd like to hear that now.
Okay.
Okay. So the county entered into a sublease with the California Department of Corrections and the State Public Works Board. And the language is it's pretty rigid. It says that the county is required to continuously operate and maintain the facility and shall have no right to abandon the facility. The termination of that sublease shall not incur until all bonds and other indebtedness has been fully repaid. The county is required to obtain the prior written consent of the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation and the State Public Works Board for any change in the use of the facility or any part of the facility, and at the request of the board, which is the State Public Works Board or the Department of Corrections, shall provide the opinion of a nationally recognized bond counsel that any change in use will not cause the interest on the bonds to be included in gross income for federal tax purposes. So I think that, and I know that there has been some initiation of conversations at the state level, and we know we still need to have a lot more dialogue about what a process would look like. And the contract's very clear that should the county decide on its own to close the facility and stop operating it and maintaining it, the county could be liable for the full amount, which is approximately $16 million. So that's the piece that I think we need to have the further dialogue with the state on. Is there any flexibility? The lease also provides that the state could come in and take it over, or a part of it over. So I think there's a lot more dialogue that needs to happen.
And associated with that, I would assume that we would get some anticipated timeline with the report, so we would have an understanding of the reality of what, when, and how that might be applied. I have one more piece.
Okay.
And then, with regards to this list, and my screen just went blank.
While you're
ahead.
working on it, let me talk a little bit about the juvenile hall. That juvenile hall provides a very, very important service and everything. And before, I obviously, we're operating at a financial disadvantage on it, and we can't continue to do that. This is an opportunity, miserable as it is otherwise, but this is an opportunity for us, I believe, to engage with corrections on trying again to get them to put pressure at the state level and truly regionalize that in cost sharing or find some other solution for us. We can't continue to operate it the way it is, but I can come up with a couple of scenarios just in my own head that if we could get the proper funding sources and everything for that thing, that we could keep it open and greatly reduce the budget impact to our county. And I think before we go down the rabbit hole and pull it in behind us of closing that facility entirely, I would really like to use this opportunity to put some pressure on the state to, in some kind of a timely fashion, address that, while we at the same time explore again with the state what it would mean if we do have to close it, because we very well may, and I'm willing to accept that if that's the right answer. But what financial, I mean, it may be more expensive for us to close it than it would be to keep it open, and then we got to think about whether that's what we really want to do or not. So I would like staff to pursue those two separate issues with the state. And I know we're already have started the dialogue. I just want to put it out there for the public.
And that would have been my third bullet point that I was looking for, was to highlight that Ms. Riggs and I have already had that conversation, and we have started that conversation with a few of the associations of the state.
Yep.
Supervisor Gray.
Thank you. So this is my 12th go at a county budget. 2010, we closed the long-term care unit. We laid off roughly 600 employees, included the hospital employees. I recognize everything on this slide because I think we looked at it all then. So I don't want anybody up here to be so naive and think that anything on there is not something that we can address. It is a real problem. Everything up there can go, and it may have to go. And there's nothing sacred in my mind, although I don't want to see any of it go. But we're going to have to get to a bottom line, and we're going to have to suck it up and be tough. I don't want to lay off 300 employees in 2010 at all. It was gut-wrenching. It was terrible. So suck it up, look at that good, and really understand the bottom line problem. We got a big one, and we're going to have to work it, and we're going to have to be united in getting it done. We can't be going all kinds of different directions. It's a problem. Staff is going to come back with information for us, and we're going to have to listen, or we're not going to get through this. That's all I got to say.
I guess my question is, do you have enough direction?
I had a couple more things. Is there anything, we're talking about this list here, are there any measures that we're not considering right now that could potentially significantly impact the budget?
You mean as in cost reduction, something
Yeah.
we haven't put up there? No, we actually had a meeting with department heads yesterday to see if there were any other ideas. This is what we have so far. Unfortunately, we are in the business of providing a service, and people provide our services, and that's why you see just as long of a list on the right as you do on the left. So I don't feel like we're not addressing anything, and I'm looking over at Deb to see if she can think. I mean, we put it out to department heads, also asking if others have ideas. We are not the only idea people. We are open. I am open always to hear what anyone might have to say, but there's nothing that we haven't avoided putting on this list.
And because I didn't hear any comments directly to it, and you did ask, I think, for direction on revenue. I would like to revisit potentially revenue measures. I think there clearly wasn't much of an appetite for a sales tax increase, but I think people were much more amenable to increasing the transient occupancy tax. Had those two, I mean, hindsight is 20/20, obviously, but I think had those two been separated, I think we might have seen more success, and some revenue is better than no revenue, obviously. And so if we can look at making, obviously changing and learning from our last experience, but ultimately trying to take another stab at it.
And so I think we maybe need to go through these a little point by point and see if we have some consensus on some direction, because I think that I would agree with Supervisor Rotifer on that revenue piece. The public spoke fairly loudly and fairly clearly. I heard them say they wanted us to live within our means. So on the first bullet point, you're going to bring that back. Closing the library, I think we need much more information around numbers, and that was also with the reduction in recreation, and I think we had some pretty clear direction on that. I'm looking across the dais.
Yeah, I think with the library, look at modified operation. Whether you open it 2 days a week versus 6 or 7 days a week.
Okay, I want to talk as the auditor controller, and I'm going to piggyback John. And since I don't plan to run again, I can say what, I can be a little more open. I really think that you guys need to have two different lists. You need to have a list that if we get federal or state money, what we're going to look at. Then you need to look at if we do not get federal or state money and we have a $5 to $7 million problem, we cannot wait till September to address it. And we are going to have to look at some really hard things. None of us want to be here. I absolutely do not want my last 2 years in office to be known as the years we closed down anything. But if we do not get unrestricted money from the federal and state government, we will be having to do that. The city of Monterey just cut 20% of their staff until they're waiting to see what happens. LA County cut some of their staff. If we, San Diego, there's lots of entities, you need to have two different lists. If we get a very good chunk from the federal government and we can use it for our lost revenues and that can take us out for the next 6 to 8 months, that'll be wonderful. We do not get any more money, or it's tied and it has to be COVID-related expenditures. You all can't wait till July and August to make decisions.
And I want to tag onto that too, based on a comment that Supervisor Campbell made. I don't think it's useful to this discussion. I mean, I do agree it's a discussion we have to have, but it should not be part of this discussion whether we put revenue enhancement measures onto the November ballot or not, because even if we do put them on and they pass, those revenues will not come to us until the last 2 quarters, and we can't budget for that anyway. We have to budget assuming that we will not have any additional revenue coming in. So I agree with Ms. Batista. I would like to see a two-pronged approach. One, if we do get the federal funding, and we may actually know that before you get a chance to come back to us again. I think we will. I agree with Supervisor Brennan on that. But if we don't know, what are we going to do if we do get it? What are we going to do if we don't get it? And what I would like to see is each of these bullet points that you've got up there, what's the price tag associated with that? And in some cases, like libraries, what would a partial shutdown look like, and what would that save us, and what would a total shutdown look like, and what would that save us? Similarly, with the juvenile hall, what if we took it down to a mothball status for a year and just maintained it? Could we get away with that with the legal language while we have, because I don't think we're going to get an answer out of the state on that in the time between now and when we have to do a budget. The state's just a little bit slower than that. So what would that look like, or what would it look like if we just walked away from it? And what are all of the potential issues, legal and otherwise, associated with that? Furloughs, you know how to present that. We do that, it seems like, every budget year. layoffs and all of that stuff. So rather than go through these bullet by bullet, I think they all need to be left on our consideration list. But I'd like to see, some options associated with each one of them with some dollar figures.
So you kind of just went through them bullet by bullet in the fashion that I was going to, based on the conversations and looking at Ms. Riggs, to be clear that there's enough direction, because I absolutely agree with what Ms. Batista said, that we really need to know what is going to happen with the current legislation that is out there before we can really address this.
So absolutely, as I said, we already have, 2 of them. Eric Aiken is working on library and rec, so we can kind of take a look at what that would look like. Sarah and I will do some more, and when I call, I'll have Sarah with me so we can have some of those conversations. We were in a meeting with Linda Penner earlier this year, or late last year, middle of last year, and there wasn't a lot of hope with what she had presented at that time. And then Supervisor Brennan, Sarah, and Eric and I did meet with RCRC as well, and Elizabeth Espinoza, who's someone who works closely with BSCC. We'll continue having those conversations. Only thing that, and you are all aware of this, especially you guys have done this for so many times, remembering that really May is when we have to get this budget together, because we bring you what we hope is a balanced budget on the first Tuesday in June. Your board makes any specific other changes, directions you'd like to give us. And then on the third Tuesday in June, we need to have a spending plan that allows for appropriations for July 1st. So next month is the month that we have to be able to make these decisions and put together a balanced budget. We can still make those changes in June, and as I've said before, I've just asked that your board would keep open, those every Tuesday, a certain amount of time on that second and fourth Tuesday in the event that we need access to your board for direction and decision-making.
And Tracy, I just want to know, I love where the conversation went, and I think, like Supervisor Rotifer said and Debbie said, it would be really nice to compartmentalize this and see a cost associated with each, and not have to salami this thing. I think each one of us on the board has a priority, which one we see as a priority, and we're going to have to hash that out. But I don't know if direction was given. Are we talking about putting another discussion or ballot initiative for taxes? Because we just got slapped in the face by the community as far as, and now with TOT going down, people were talking about 85% reduction and then 55 moving forward. I think if we do that, it's a horrible move.
So I agree with what Supervisor Rotifer said. That really is not a piece of this conversation today, because it's not going,
Not going to affect the budget.
it's not going to fix this problem. And so that may be a conversation at some point later in the summer. And again, we're going to know how a lot of these pieces are actually going to be playing out. But that particular bullet point is not going to fix our conversation today.
Well, if we want to pull it out and discuss it at a later time, that's fine, but we should discuss it, is what I'm, point I'm trying
absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm not suggesting that it should
I was
be
just
discussed.
clarifying it's not going to be in the premise of this conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, do we have enough direction? Thank you. And I want to thank all of the staff that was here listening to this presentation also. I know you will be engaging with us at a very high level in the coming weeks.
Me either. Not at all.
While the room is shifting, will the clerk please read item 19?
This is a closed session, public employee performance evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1. The title is Innovation and Business Assistance Director.
I'll ask if there is any public comment on this item. Seeing no public comment, we are going to go into closed session. Do we anticipate a report out?